say good day to you this day of your time. How are you all? Just so? All right. First and foremost, once again, we thank each and every one of you and all of you together for the co-creation of this interaction, the allowance of this transmission in this way. We have titled this transmission 13 Months and Counting. We have previously mentioned the idea of the fall of your 2016 as when there will be the beginning of, the process of, even sometimes the ending of great changes. What we wish to point out is the idea that the fall of 2016 is a focal point. We have previously talked about the span now of your year of 2015 to 2017 having something to do with the idea of finding information, discovering for a fact that life exists on another planet other than your own, in some way, shape, or form. No assumptions need to be made here about what form that is. Life is life. This may actually happen sooner than you think. The idea then is to understand that 2016 in the fall is a focal point of change, a convergence of different paths, different processes, and therefore there can be things that can begin to change quite radically, as you say, before that point and may continue after that point. Some will begin at that point. Some will not appear to begin at that point, but can eventually be traced back to that timing as the beginning point. So some things will be obvious, some things will not be as obvious. But in this span of 2015 to 2017, with 2016 and the fall as the focal point, you'll be able to see the changes as they occur in your life personally and collectively as society, cultures, globally. And we will begin to address the signs to pay attention to. Now, before we do that, again, please understand, as we have said many times, predictions are always sensings of the energy at the time the prediction is made. Part of the reason of giving you signs and indications and discussing this idea is to allow you, again, individually and collectively, to decide what to do with this information and whether you want it to maintain its momentum and manifest, or whether you want to actually get active and do something about altering the course of some of the things that we may be perceiving now as high probabilities. This is an interactive understanding where your participation is absolutely paramount, so that you can chart a course as you shift through billions of parallel versions of Earth every second. You can chart that course in the direction of your preference, allow you to change and shift your energy in such a manner, and continue to choose the state of being that is representative of the kind of realities that you prefer, rather than just assuming that anything we have to say about the probabilities as they stand now must remain fixed, which is not the case. But we are giving you the opportunity to understand what the probabilities are, how we perceive where the energy is, where the momentum is, what the path is that you're heading down at the moment, so that you can take matters into your own hands and make decisions and choices that are more in alignment with the reality that you prefer to experience. Is this clear? Is this clear? Yes. Thank you. So then, as we have said, one of the things as a sign to watch for, to pay attention to, for things that will bring about and activate and initiate and ignite great changes in your society, even though some of these things may be just the beginning, they will amplify, they will magnify. One of them is what we have just said, sometime in this span, and again, perhaps sooner than you think, it will be discovered and it will be a fact in your consciousness that life in some form does exist on another planet other than your own. And as we have said, when this becomes a fact in your culture, it will begin to change the mindset of your culture. It will open up more possibilities. There will be more allowance for the idea of life elsewhere. And that will help accelerate your energy, your consciousness, your awareness in such a manner as to allow for open contact to occur in that window that we originally said of 2025 to 2033, to begin in that window in some fashion. So, the probability now for the discovery in this span of 2015, 2017, with 2016 as the focal point, and maybe again sooner than you think, the probability of this announcement of the discovery of some form of life on another planet other than your own is at present 98%. All right, now, there also are patterns emerging, momentum behind several other pathways on your planet, sociologically, naturally, culturally, economically. One of the signs to watch for right now, very closely, is the idea of any kind of what you would call a burst in the bubble of the economy of the area on your planet you call China. Also to watch for in a similar way will be a burst in the bubble of the economy of the area on your planet that you call Greece. These two, and especially if they happen in close succession, may herald a 90% chance of an economic collapse in several areas on your planet very rapidly thereafter. There is the idea of recovery, but there is also the idea that this will be an opportunity for people to discuss different ways in which monetary exchange may be experienced on your planet, the beginnings of a new dialogue and a new discussion, so that you do not keep repeating these kinds of growth and collapsing cycles, that you begin to recognize there may be other ways to express the concept of exchange in your own life. Whether or not your entire culture adopts this or not is not the case. This is an opportunity, a void, a kind of opening for the possibility of experiencing a new understanding of economic growth, of abundance, exchange. The idea, if these happen, based on the 90% probability for China, 90% probability for Greece, then there is at this point a 78% probability that your country will experience a major collapse somewhere before or around the fall of 2016 in its economic structure. It could be as much as 50%. Those that are familiar with the idea of these kinds of trends will understand that that is what you would call a devastating number. This will require much rethinking, but at the same time, something else will also have a higher probability of happening, ironically, because of the collapse, if it occurs. And this has a high degree of probability of happening on its own anyway. And that is the complete removal of your present taxation system. The idea therein is that this has a lot of momentum behind it, and right now has, again, between a 78 to 87% chance or probability of occurring within the next couple of your years. This will allow for the growth of your economy to come back more strongly and may be necessary as a step in order to offset the probable collapse that could occur. So in the idea that many people may see the collapse as dire, there is actually a bold opportunity to restructure your entire system of how you operate economically and allow yourself for a rapid regrowth in a way that allows far more flexibility, far more freedom, and far more potential for everyone to experience the idea of more abundance in their lives. Again, not necessarily only with money, but with other forms of abundance as well, which must be included in the diagram and description and definition of abundance. One moment. There is at present about a 57% probability in and around that time of what you would call a large-scale natural disaster that will allow for global mobilization to assist. It is not completely definitive exactly where this will take place, but the waves are building at this time. Waves of energy behind this idea. Momentum is building behind a large-scale natural disaster. Whether or not this is a collapse of an ecosystem is not clear, but it will be 57% probable that it will be profound and will perhaps awaken many people to the idea of rebalancing things in nature in a variety of ways. So again, a positive opportunity can arise from what may seem to be a negative experience. One moment. One moment. There will be also what you have referred to as a major sighting of a UFO within this time frame by one of our ships. I am referring to myself as what you know to be the Yael. For again, we have shown you our ships, and there will be another sighting of major proportions during this time frame. So to give you another opportunity to decide whether we are real or not, whether you will include us or not, whether you'll move forward or not. The probability of this is 100%. In terms of the sighting itself, the probability of your response to it is up to you, for that is undecided. But we will give you another shot to see how you react and respond to this sighting. And this will tell us quite a lot about what you wish to do, how you wish to interact. This will also be a possible precedent for certain changes in the revelation of certain information that may come forth toward the end of year 2017 about our existence from certain sources that know these things and will be finally willing to talk about them. What you would call the first stage, just the very first stage of some facet of disclosure, will come from an unexpected source, very unexpected. But toward the end of your 2017, maybe into your 2018, again, very high degree of probability that these things will be finally talked about and revealed in such a way as to begin to take them seriously. So, we give you that, and we await your response. Good day. Oh, did I not tell you we would have a guest? Surprise. The Yael will show themselves again as a ship. Again, another major sighting, as they have said. Give you an opportunity to see what you do with that. So, Culturally, you will find that there may be a surge of information that will begin to pour into and out from your Middle East that will cause a new dialogue to happen. There will be an awakening, the beginnings of an awakening in that area that will allow for new lines of communication, both outward from there and inward to there, that can begin to very, very slightly crack some of the old regimes, the old ways, the old ideas that have had their grasp on that area for quite some time. And many people on your planet will begin to work with these lines of communication to open up new ways of allowing the people on your planet in that area to express themselves more freely, to begin to join, even if just a little bit at first, the global community in order to move forward in the way that serves your world best. There may be, however, simultaneously much resistance to this in that area, and the probability of violence in the area may still increase for a while in response, in reaction to this new outbreak of desire for freedom. And it may, as you say in your language, get a little bit messy. But nevertheless, through the idea of 2017, 2018, 2019 to 2020, there will be things resolved in that area that will begin in 2016 in the fall that can come to fruition in about 4 of your years that may allow finally certain beginnings of stabilization and at least appearances of peace to happen in the Middle East. These will be small at first, but you will know the signs if you know how to look for them. Pay attention to the news. We understand that much of it is not necessarily accurate, and much of it is not necessarily what you would call reporting. But the idea is that a lot of it is, and you can always learn to read between the lines. But again, we go back to our initial statement. These things are not given as absolutes and ultimatums and inevitabilities. These things are given as the energy that exists right now. The ones you prefer, get involved, take action, and remain, above all, in the state of being that you prefer in order to add to the momentum, add to the degree of probability in which these things can unfold. And those things you do not prefer, again, are best resolved by remaining in the state of being you prefer and taking those actions in the directions of the ones that you do, according to the signs that we have now shared with you that we perceive to exist in your collective consciousness at this time. These are a few of the signs. We will discuss this further and open these doors further in another transmission. But for now, absorb these and see what your consciousness decides to do about them and decides to do about the state of being that you choose to create in your personal lives that has everything at all to do with acting as examples to others about what kind of a world you truly prefer to have. Because even as you shift through billions of parallel realities every second, parallel realities, different versions of Earth every second, shifting all the time to these parallel realities, it is still that you are charting a course and can allow each Earth that you visit, each Earth that you shift to become more and more and more and more and more reflective of the version that you prefer to see reflected in your life. But you have to make the change within yourself first. So take these signs, do with them what you will, and allow yourself to be reminded that there are 13 months and counting down. So get on board if that's what you prefer. Be on the train you wish to be on. Now, all aboard. We thank you for allowing us to share this information with you at this time. And in return for your gift of sharing, we ask, in what way now may we be of service to you? with one more slight announcement. An announcement and an observation of synchronicity. For as your space agency is about to make an announcement about your planet of Mars, notice the timing and the synchronicity that it is happening on a day when your own moon almost looks like Mars because of the eclipse. That is the kind of signs you can start to equate synchronistically to understand how things are lining up energetically. For there are no accidents. A play is being put on, and all you have to do is watch the actors on the stage to understand the meaning that they are radiating to you. You may begin with your questions if you wish.
Hello, Bashar.
And a you good day.
Oh my gosh, it's so fun to meet you now. Okay. I had 2 questions and 1 quick one.
Yes.
First question.
That means 3 questions?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, good. We're on board.
We can add, you know.
Okay. First one, the Norwegian spiral. Are you familiar
Yes.
with that? What was that? Like, a lot of people saw it. So.
Yes, we understand.
Okay, so what was that?
It was an aspect of your own technology gone a little bit askew, but revealing something to you about a vortex that existed in the area because of the path that it took. Do you understand?
I believe so. So it was caused by something that we have.
It was revealed by something that you did that went awry, but nevertheless, because it went awry, it revealed to you a vortex pattern of energy in that immediate area. It was capable of revealing the vortex because the technological device went awry.
Oh, wow. Trippy. That's cool. And okay, my second question. I'm just curious about the Georgia Guidestones. Like, why were they put up and who put them up? Like, where did it come from and why?
That's another story for another time.
Okay. All
And
right.
your surreptitious third question?
Oh, could you guys pick me up sometime for like a space trip?
Again, for many of you, that's already actually happened.
Okay.
It's just that you don't remember.
Could I remember this time?
You can, if you wish, ask for it. When you go to sleep, ask for more awareness, more memory, more participation consciously in these encounters, and it will start to come back to you.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much.
You are welcome.
It's nice to finally meet you.
Well, and you as well.
Hello, Bashar.
And a you good day.
Hi. I sense there is an opportunity for Bashar's work with regards to how you said there's a 100% probability of a major sighting.
Yes, from the Yael.
Yeah. I know skeptics have their own choice in this, but
Yes.
if they were able to see, and this would probably go trending, if you disclosed where this specific event would occur, it would cause the skeptics an opportunity to trust you a little bit more.
And that's exactly why we can't do that. Because that's not what it's about.
I understand.
All right.
I have another question. I was fascinated by something that I think happened to me on July 30th.
Yes.
And
What is that?
I think I went to see my family on July 30th, that full moon, and I just wanted to know what happened and if you could give
You
more...
think you went to see them?
I'm very confident, yes.
Are you talking about someone that is no longer physical? Or are you talking about other kinds of family?
Other kinds of family.
Yes, and so what about it?
I just was curious and fascinated and wanted to learn a little bit more about it.
In what way?
Why was I there? What was the purpose? What
You were
did they do?
visiting. You were exchanging information. You were learning things that you need for your life.
Did they do a scan on my brain or anything like that?
Well, they scan sometimes all the time. But the idea is you were given the information that you need for the next leg of your journey.
Mm-hmm.
It will unfold if you keep acting on your highest excitement. Are you?
Yes, I am.
All right. Then it will unfold.
Yeah. I have a question about when the disclosure becomes at its peak. I sense that I'll be able to help in some way with energetically helping everyone collectively. Do you have a specific suggestion for me so I can make sure I am working
Do
to
you
my fullest
understand
potential.
what we mean when we say that excitement is a complete kit?
A complete what?
Do you understand what we mean when we say that excitement is a complete kit?
I could use a further example.
When you act on your excitement to the best of your ability with no insistence on a particular outcome, you are using the formula that activates the complete kit that contains all the necessary tools in your life. That which supports you, that which drives you, that which organizes, that which makes the path of least resistance, that which connects you to other expressions of excitement, that which reveals to you anything out of alignment to your excitement. And if you just keep doing that, and any situation that arises from your actions in that, if you always give it a positive meaning, then every single thing that needs to unfold in your life will unfold in perfect timing. And that's all you need to do. Whatever occurs to you that you're excited to do is what you need to do. That's why it excites you. It's the communication from your higher mind saying, do this now. When you are willing to act on that excitement, you're answering the higher mind and saying, I hear you. And then you're creating the dialogue that creates the momentum that keeps expanding and expanding and expanding. And thus, every single appointment and agreement you have made within that vibration will always unfold in perfect timing. And there's nothing else you need to do to allow all those things to occur and manifest exactly when and where and how they need to. That's it.
Thank you, Bashar.
Does that help you?
Yes.
All right.
I was curious one question about President Obama.
Yes.
I wanted to confirm yes or no if he received a presidential briefing document about the suppressing of free energy and extraterrestrials in January of 2009.
No.
No? Okay.
These things are usually kept from your presidents
Right, right.
because there are other organizations that consider themselves to be higher than your presidency.
Got it.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
All right.
I know that there's a secret space program that exists, and they publicly made a NASA system so that people think that's our best technology.
Yes, although the idea of your so-called secret space program is not as advanced as many people believe it to be.
Does my October 8th, 2014 experience align, or is that synchronistic of the September 28th disclosures from NASA? Because I saw the golden ones as I was driving home over the ocean.
It's part of it, but not the whole thing, no. It's
Okay.
part of your own timing in terms of when things best manifest for you.
Okay. Thank you, Bashar. I appreciate it.
Good day, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I wanted to thank you for all of us for adding to our excitement over the past 31 years.
Oh, well, thank you.
And your people have made life on this planet a lot more fun. And
It
the
is our
experience.
pleasure to share with you what works for us. And of course, it is our delight to see that you can decide for yourselves whether or not it works for you.
It works very well for us.
Oh, all right. Well, you know that it works for you.
That's correct.
All right. Can't really speak for anyone else.
No, thanks. Bashar, 2 times today you've mentioned the concept of billions of parallel universes taking place every second.
Yes,
Does
you're
that-
shifting through them billions of times per second. Yes.
With nothing that we need to do consciously.
No, it's automatic.
And that, to me, is indicative of a massively benevolent creation that allows us the ability to create that much in such a short period of time.
Yes, it's actually simply representative of the natural structure of the experience you call physical reality, that it occurs that way. It's the tick of the clock. It's the frequency of your reality, in a sense.
I see. If you could, I perceive part of this new paradigm shift that we've been building to
Yes.
is representative into the entity that we all seem to experience and as refreshing in Pope Francis. And when you were giving the example that the information may come from a seemingly surprising source, it occurred to me that the Vatican would be such a surprising source.
It has a high degree of probability of being one of them, but it's not the only one. Nevertheless, the changes you are seeing in that particular religious structure are indicative of a high degree of probability of the release of such information along with other kinds of information that others might not expect to come from that particular source. So yes, you are accurate in picking up on the probability that it could be, but it hasn't yet been fully decided whether that actually will be the source.
Okay, thank you very much for today.
You are welcome. Thank you for today.
Good day, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I'm grateful to be here with all of you for this experience. I've learned so much from all of your guys' questions. Anyhow, Bashar,
Yes.
let me start off by saying that I know that for many of you over here, in this world, there is no nobility, only politics is what most of us feel. That's why we're here. And because of this, I've dedicated my life to empower the warrior spirit of the willing masses.
All right.
I have a holistic approach to fitness and self-defense training. I add spirituality to it and neuroplasticity.
All right. That sounds exciting.
Thank you. Is there anything I should add to that to empower others?
If you are focused on the idea of physicality in that way, then by all means, there can be a little bit more efficacy in the plasticity if people will also divest themselves of toxins within their system.
And I actually do.
All right. Then you are doing
consider
what you
that.
need to.
Okay.
Just keep moving. Just keep going. Just keep acting on whatever you're inspired to act on in that direction if that's what excites you. It's all you need to do.
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
All right.
Also, is there more senses in the five that we know?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Can you share?
You already
some of that
know
with
some of those,
Oh
really.
yeah, I do. I just
But
want.
the idea is even physiologically, yes.
Exactly.
Well, many of you have a similar sense of direction and follow the magnetic lines of the earth that some animals exhibit. You have that magnetite orientation, that quantum level orientation to the magnetic field. Many people have a sense of direction, yes? Mm-hmm. That's what they're doing. They're following the magnetic field of the earth. They're sensing it. So you have different senses, yes. And of course, you have some that go beyond the idea of the physical into the energetic. Again, you can adapt yourself to certain frequencies that allow you to harmonize and vibrate in a certain way that you can sense higher frequency energies, higher frequency consciousnesses. In a sense, that's what's happening right now. The channel was trained to alter his frequency to create an ability to sense our energy more strongly and match its frequency sufficiently to allow this telepathic bond to occur.
Perfect.
So that's another sense. So go and explore and see what other senses you actually have. Come to your senses.
Thank you for that. Also, I've been very close to death many times, and when I say that, it's
how
not just-
exciting.
And each time I came out perfectly unscratched.
Yes. Well, yes and no.
And I kind of have a
What you
feeling
did is
mean by
shifted
that.
into a slightly
Exactly.
different parallel reality where
Yes.
you didn't understand that you actually died.
Yeah, I actually accept and I know that I did die and reborn, and that's
So to
how I
speak.
got this new direction.
Yes.
Each
Well,
time
thank
it
you
happened.
for rebooting yourself.
And when I was in Iraq, I was blown up twice.
Oh, how exciting.
Well, more than that, but there was 2 times, 1 month apart from each other, from a suicide vehicle born
Yes.
IED.
Yes.
Those were 2 of the ones that I mentioned that
Yes,
I
yes,
was
yes.
referring to.
So
But
it's a very
just-
creative way to shift yourself.
yes.
Very abruptly.
And it did happen extremely. Yeah. And I've recently followed a rabbit hole, and I came across this gentleman that is I consider him to be my twin soul in a sense, because our stories are so similar.
Yes.
He goes by the name of Red Feather.
All right.
He's around my age.
Yes,
He was
yes.
blown up the same times.
Yes.
Everything. We ended up in Alaska. Out of all
All right.
places.
You've done something very interesting, rare, and unique here.
Okay.
In the idea of dying and shifting yourself to a parallel reality, you shifted yourself in one of those times to a parallel reality with another version of you that is slightly different. You understand? To use it as a reflective reinforcement of your path, so that you would, in a sense, be twice as strong in two people and go in a different direction. You understand what we're saying?
Oh, yeah.
All right, very creative, as I said.
Wow. And I recently contacted a energy healing school nearby here in Pasadena, and when I spoke to the dean, I mentioned this red feather, and she said, "Wait a minute, what?" And she said that just a few days before that, spirit came to her, and
Yes.
spirit said that was red feather, and when I mentioned red feather, she's like, "Wait, what did you just say?" So because of that, we connected
Yes.
immensely.
Yes. As I said, you have increased your ability by having this dual reflection in one particular reality of yourself and a parallel self. Of course, red feather could look at it the other way too, creating a parallel version in his reality. You understand?
Yes.
And the idea is that gives you more energy, a larger scale, a quantumly larger scale of energy with which to create things like synchronicity. It becomes more immediate. It becomes more now, because you're working literally with the structure of parallel realities. What you're doing is similar to the beginnings of what happens with cryptics. You understand?
Yes.
All right. So you're on an interesting path. Continue.
Okay, great. And it's amazing that you say about the duplication with this red feather
Yes.
fellow. And I believe it happened one last time. And what I mean by that is recently I got notice that I might be a father, but when it happened, I was basically a child myself, and I wasn't all there, meaning I was
Well, this is
sedated.
sometimes what happens when you shift into parallel realities where other things are going on. You may inherit other life paths that you can incorporate to some degree into your own life path in the way that you've set this up.
And the reason why I brought that up is I have been concerned for his emotional
Yes. Growth, stability.
growth. Yes, if I do do this soon, where I meet him and
Yes.
embrace him. The problem is like I mentioned before, I was not conscious. I was not there, so I am actually concerned that I might not be able to love him the way I should, being
Why not?
technically his father, because it has happened to me just recently.
Yes.
My father wasn't present
Yes.
for my upbringing.
Yes, yes, yes. But are you going to be in prison?
No.
Well, then,
No,
what's
no,
your concern?
I meant to say present. He was absent, and
Yes.
and
But you can be present, yes?
yes,
So, what's your concern?
is that I have tried. I actually forgave him for what I thought was
Yes.
his fault, that he wasn't there, from drug use and other things.
yes, yes.
And
Did you forgive yourself too?
yes, that's where I started.
All right. Well, if you have forgiven yourself and brought yourself back into alignment, what is your concern with this other child?
Well, the thing is that is history repeating itself in a sense? And
No. History doesn't automatically repeat itself. It's based on the choices that you make. Now, if you feel you are a different person, and you are a different person because of the way that you've shifted, if you start really understanding how to identify with yourself as a different person, then please remember, if you're truly a different person, you don't have the same history anymore. You never did.
And my concern is that I have tried.
Tried what?
Wholeheartedly to love my father, and I cannot. And I try to embrace his self because I have
You
empowered
don't
his self.
have to condone his choices in order to love him unconditionally as a being that is going through his own exploration of his fears and his beliefs in lack of self-empowerment. You can understand that it takes a victim to make a victim. So the idea is that he experienced his life in a victimized way as well, and this is the best he could do with it.
Wow.
So you can understand that in that sense, even though you may not necessarily condone the choices he's making, you can understand why they were made. Because that's all he could understand.
Exactly. Yeah.
Make sense?
Yes.
And therefore you can have compassion for the state of being that forced him to choose things that weren't necessarily in his or your best interest. Yes?
Yes. You said two words that awoke in what I already knew. I just somehow was denying it or somehow.
Yes,
which
and
was,
that is?
the first one was unconditional
Yes.
love, which I actually do.
All right, well then,
And I
no
don't know
conditions.
why I knew that, but I just anyhow. And then the second one was the I lost it. Yes.
Compassion.
Yes. Thank you.
Happy to
Bashar.
find it for you.
Yes.
So,
And my last question
yes.
is, and it's weird because
Oh, weird. All right, we love weird. We are the epitome of
I
weird.
wasn't gonna ask this because I felt it was somewhat selfish of me.
Yes, what's that?
But can you tell me what's my lineage? And I guess you can say interstellar lineage. I'm not referring to here on Earth.
You mean what connections have you made to other civilizations that are helping to inform your life on Earth?
Yes.
Because you understand all lives are simultaneous, yes?
Yes. The pineal
So
gland.
it's not really a lineage in that sense, unless you're referring to the idea of what you call your timeline history with regard to going back to how humans were genetically altered. Is that what you mean? Or are you talking about among the stars now?
Among the stars now.
All right. You have very strong Orion connections, and you're transforming them from darkness to light. And you're doing very well. You have Pleiadian connections, you have some Sirius connections, you have some Arcturus connections, but the strongest ones are the Orion connections going from darkness into light. Does this help you?
Yes, because when I was in Iraq and I had that reborn, something came to me of the word source, R-E, sorcery.
Yes.
Source dot R dot E.
Yes, we
the
understand.
source of real enlightenment. And what
Yes.
you just said is basically what I've been trying to do is convert darkness to light. And that's why
Yes.
I carry this belt at all times.
Yes.
You guys know this.
So, you are familiar with the Orion constellation in your sky?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right.
I've connected with this since when I was a child. That was my father, actually. I would look at it all the time and ask for questions, and I would get directions and answers. And
Then you understand the connections that you have and how you're using them. So, well done.
thank you, Bashar.
Our unconditional love to you.
Hi, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Thank you, thank you. I was wondering if you can share any information with me about my family here on Earth. My parents have been deceased for 30 and 40 years.
Yes.
And I have one brother. I don't even know if he's alive. And I was
Yes, he is. Philadelphia.
Can you suggest how I could find him?
Start your search in Philadelphia.
Okay.
That's all we can give you at this time. You'll be helped along the way with other information from other guides. But we can give you the beginning.
Okay.
Philadelphia.
Thank you, thank you.
Your imagination and your search will synchronistically provide you with clues along the way. This is a process, and you will need to go through the process, but we can start the ball rolling.
Thank you.
And
thank
there are clues in everything we just told you. You will have to suss them out.
Okay, I love to do research.
No, well,
so-
there you go.
How about my parents?
What about them? They're fine.
They are.
Yes, of course. They're in spirit. How could they not be?
Okay.
Yes.
As I was driving down here from Northern California, I stopped at a gas station that I stop at a lot when I leave here. and I got a phone call that my 95-year-old uncle had passed away
All right.
in New Jersey. So
Yes.
I'll be going there this week. But he's
All right.
like my last known connection
All right.
to my
Well,
mother's side.
in your travels to your New Jersey, maybe either before or after on the way back, you might want to stop in Philadelphia and see what happens.
Okay, thank you.
See who you might run into. Drive carefully.
Okay. And I'd just like to ask a question about Egyptian philosophy.
Yes.
Because everyone talks about Plato and Socrates,
Yes.
but they studied in Egypt. And I
Yes,
just
many of
wonder
them.
why.
Because the ancient priests of Egypt knew the secrets of Atlantis. And they passed them along. And it involved all sorts of different understandings of consciousness. Many of the concepts that we're talking to you about today were understood by the priesthood in ancient Egypt.
So why doesn't anybody talk about them, especially in connection to
Because most historians don't know that.
Plato? Okay. So,
There have been chapters and gaps in your history that have been lost.
so education is the key.
Yes, research is the key in a variety of ways, including altered states that allow you to download information to fill in the gaps. But also, when open contact finally does occur, many beings will bring you the missing gaps in your history. They will fill in your history for you because many have been observing for thousands upon thousands of years, and they can tell you exactly what was going on your planet. So that will be one of the things that will bond you to the idea of an exchange with extraterrestrial beings in open contact, is they will provide you a sense of linear history so you can really understand what you're really all about in terms of your journey and your path on Earth and where you can go from there. It will be one of the gifts you will be given.
Thank you, Bashar.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
And I am so excited, and I want to
Speak
say,
up, speak up.
okay, thank you so much for all the teachings. They have made an incredible difference.
Well, you have made the difference, but we thank you for allowing us to share what we know.
And
Speak up.
things are moving very quickly
Yes,
as far
they
as
are.
transforming for me as well.
Yes.
I've recently decided that I would no longer play with fear and limitations and
thank you.
holding myself back. And so things are becoming very magical.
They often do when you let
And-
go of fear.
It's amazing.
Yes.
So, when I was younger, I put some blocks and stops up because very connected, very intuitive, hearing voices. And my dad was a psychiatrist, and so I kind of had this thing of, oh my God, I can't be crazy.
My daughter's insane.
No, actually, my dad was kind of cool because
Oh,
he
all
was
right.
like he had a lot of cool aspects to him.
Oh, all right.
And when I would tell him about the times that it happened, he said, "Oh, I bet you it's just like your guardian angel." And
All right.
so it kind of gave me permission, but it happened a couple of times where I finally said no.
Yes, well, that's all right.
Go away.
Yes.
And now I'm ready.
Yes,
But,
all right.
can you give me any information about the voice? It was very.
Well, your guides.
Yeah.
Yes, your guides, your spirit guides. So, if you're ready to reestablish a more
Absolutely.
conscious relationship, you can.
Absolutely.
All right. And in what way will you utilize that experience in your life?
My dream is to make a difference in, like the gentleman said,
Yes.
transferring light to dark.
And how will you go about doing that as an example in life?
Well, part of what I've learned from you is being that and showing
Yes.
side of that.
And how do you do that? How will you choose to do that? What will be the actual active outward expression of that? Just standing in one spot?
No, sir.
Thank you. So what will be your chosen outward expression right now? What is the most exciting thing you can actually be taking action on to express that and be an example that others can see?
Well, one small way I do it is I have an ex-husband who is my best teacher, and I have 2 boys, and so my phrase is gentle and kind, and I try and actually I
your
do
pardon.
damn well. I do
Thank
damn
you.
well at being gentle and kind when a
Yes.
lot of yuck comes my way,
All
and so
right.
that is me being
All right.
that. The other way,
In regards to your family.
absolutely
And
that.
what about society?
I've worked
How do
with
you demonstrate it there?
actually not so much.
Thank
these
you.
days. Okay.
Why not? You want to be an example. If there's no one around to see it, what difference does it make?
I know. I'm.
Yes.
I love writing. I love
And?
drawing. I
All
love.
right. Are you doing these things and putting them out there?
I do not put them out
Why
there.
not? Why not? Why not?
You exactly. Why not?
Why not?
Why not?
Yes, why not? Can you answer that? Why not?
Still playing with a little bit of the
Oh, come on, be
What-
honest. Be honest. What are you
what pe-
afraid of?
what people.
What
will,
are you afraid of?
What people will think.
Who cares?
Exactly. But
Why do you care? Why do you care? Why? You don't value yourself enough?
I
You believe them when they attempt to reflect devaluation to you? Why do you believe them? Why do you think it has anything at all to do with you? Why do you think it's true that you're not worthy?
I feel really worthy inside.
But you're not acting like it outside.
Right.
Then you don't really believe it inside, because the things you know to be true, you just do. They're synonymous with your behavior. If it's not in your behavior, you don't understand it, and you don't know
Hey, I
it.
behave. You know, I'm working on it because I behave.
I know you're working on it.
But yeah, no buts. I know.
Thank you.
Yeah,
if
I
we
heard you.
asked you to simply walk across the room, you wouldn't sit there and go, well, I'm working on it. You would just do it because you know you can. That means you know it to be true because it's exhibited in your external behavior. If
Things
it's not
will-
exhibited in your external behavior, this writing and drawing and so on and so forth, outwardly where everyone can see it because you're afraid of what they will think and you're afraid that they will judge you, then it's not something you yet actually know to be true for you.
Well, how about switching it to? I actually am afraid of how fast things move like magic.
So you don't believe that you will automatically regulate yourself?
It feels amazingly magical. Like
Yes. Is that overwhelming to you?
sometimes.
All right. But again, that means you don't trust the rate at which your life unfolds.
Okay.
You can handle everything that happens. If you couldn't handle it, it wouldn't happen.
Yes.
Do you understand that principle?
Yeah, say it again so it just seeps in. Please.
You cannot actually receive more than you're ready to handle. It's not possible. But you can believe you're not ready to handle it.
Right. Well, I'm done with that.
All right. Then
Yeah.
that comes your way, you have to know that the only way that could happen is that you can handle it. It has to be equal to the vibration you're giving off. It can't be more than the vibration you're giving off. It can't be less. It has to be equal to it.
Right. So I am ready for all this.
You see, when you create the idea that you can't handle something, you're actually putting out that vibration. Therefore, that's actually what you're getting.
Yeah.
You're getting an experience of not being able to handle it, but it's exactly equal to the vibration you're giving out. So if you just rearrange that equation and say, well, of course I can handle it because I'm getting what I am putting out right now as an absolute equal reflection. So if I just change what I'm putting out, then it doesn't change the amount that comes back to me. It just changes the way I experience it because now I understand that it's equal. Whereas before I had a definition that said it wasn't. But it was. It was absolutely equal to the definition you were putting out. It always is. It can't be anything else. So if you know it's equal, you can act like it's equal, and you will know that whatever it is, it's something you can handle. Because it can only be equal. Does this make sense physically? This is just physics.
Yes, it does.
All right. When you throw a ball against the wall and it comes back, the ball comes back. When you throw a ball against the wall, 2 balls don't come back. 3 balls don't come back. The ball you threw comes back. Equal and opposite reaction. Equal and opposite reaction. Yes?
Yes.
All right. So whatever ball you throw, that's what will come back, not 15 balls.
All right.
No matter how it looks. If you've made it look like 15 balls, that's just the definition that you're throwing out. But what came back was equal to what you threw out, to show you how to regulate yourself to what you know is comfortable for you in terms of the way you define what will come back by changing the definition of what you put out.
Mm-hmm.
Make sense? Is this sinking in a little bit?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Will that help?
Yes.
All right. Then go and throw some balls and see what comes back.
Will do. Thank you so much.
You're welcome so much. A lot of these kinds of questions will be more easily answered when you understand the physics and nature and structure of existence. That's really all there is to it.
Hello, Bashar.
And you good day.
I'm so grateful to be here.
We are grateful to you as well for the co-creation.
Most of my questions you already answered.
How synchronous of you.
Yeah. But I need a little bit more clarification
All
on
right.
some.
Yes.
So as far as the changes go in the 2016,
Yes.
so we are the creators of
Yes,
our own
you are.
reality. And based on what we focus on, we tap into that parallel reality.
Yes.
Is it then something's missing for me? If, let's say, I focus on that specific reality and I am really focused, is it possible that I would bypass the probabilities of
It
what's
is
going
possible, but not probable, because you have chosen to be in a reality where there are many different belief systems and a certain process that is representative of your participation in the transformation instead of just skipping over it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's not impossible, but it's unlikely because you chose to be in the middle of a transformation. So why would you want to miss it? Why would you want to miss the party?
Okay.
By leaving too soon or skipping over it too quickly. So you can experience your reality in the way that you prefer to energetically, even if you can still see things in the reality they're not your preference, doesn't mean they have to affect you. You see the difference?
Yeah.
But your presence in that reality where you can still perceive things that aren't your preference can act as an example for others to see, look how calm she is in the middle of this disaster. How does she do it? Let's find out her secret. Let's adopt the same state of being and the same belief systems that she's exhibiting so we can ride this wave in a way that doesn't feel disastrous. That we can create a positive outcome for this because we can neutralize the situation no matter how it looks. Then you have participated in a way that works for you and also works for others who are willing to use you as an example in the face of whatever's going on.
Oh, that's great.
Yes, it is. But you see, all it takes is using your imagination to redefine it that way for yourself, and then you'll understand how to navigate through it.
So basically, I would become, although it's happening, I would become the observer.
You can
And
still
not
be a participant. I'm just saying it won't affect you in any way you don't choose to be affected. No matter how it looks.
Got it.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
All right. So it's not about just going, well, the only option I see is to jump over it or run away.
Okay.
You have to have the imagination to, number one, I'm here for a reason. And yes, I'm not saying it's impossible that the reason might be to learn how to skip over it, but it's rare, very rare. So the idea is, look at the most probable reason. I'm here to participate. That's why I'm here. So let me come up with a way in which I can define my participation in a way that works for me in a positive sense. And then your imagination is free to come up with the kinds of descriptions we just gave you. But if you're not that state of being, if you're not willing to be that state of being, to recognize what is and how you can define what is in a beneficial way instead of simply looking for some other alternative that isn't what is, then you won't be capable of having these imaginings. You won't be capable of coming up with a new definition that works for what is. Make sense?
Yes, it
And as
does.
soon as you allow yourself to come up with a definition that works for what is can become something else more quickly. Because you're using what's there fully. You're using it up. It's only when you resist what is right in front of you, what is happening, that you actually make it linger and take longer until you get the point of how to use it up. By letting it be okay for that to be there, to train you in how to relate to it in a positive way so you get the benefit of it, and once it's delivered the benefit, it will move on. But if you don't let it deliver the benefit by denying its existence in your life as having anything to do with being there, then it's going to keep nagging at you and banging on your door and pushing back and saying, you're not getting the point of why I'm here. And it will get louder and louder and louder and stronger and stronger and stronger until eventually something happens that forces you to understand why it's there. So understand it sooner, and it can be a gentle experience.
Yes, perfect.
Yes? Does that
Yes,
make sense?
A lot.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next question.
Yes.
I know the changes also, as you mentioned before, they affect our physical bodies right now.
Yes. Because you are in a physical dream. So that's part of your consensus agreement, that your bodies are affected, at least most of you. Doesn't have to be, but that's the general agreement that you have.
Okay, like for example, right now I see my son is experiencing different physical stuff. He's very sensitive.
Yes.
He's very gentle. And I don't know how to help him with all this. I feel like it's because of the change of the energies, like the insomnia.
It can be to
the-
some degree,
yeah,
but
yeah.
we are also being told that this is someone else's job to deal with him. So you will have to trust that there are others that are helping him in ways that it's not our job to do right now.
Okay. At the moment, I'm reaching out for different routes,
Yes.
but I'm not sure how to go about this. I feel like
Just keep acting on your excitement, and it will come to you. It will be brought to you. It will be attracted to you. What to do for anyone in your reality that is part of your excitement, part of your love. It will be brought to you.
okay, but am I being on point? I mean, is he what he's experiencing? Is it because of all the energy changes?
I
or?
just told you that's some of it, but I
Some
also
of
just
it.
told you it's not my job to tell you anymore.
Oh, I see. Okay.
It's the job of others. But if you keep acting on your excitement and include him in your excitement and your love, the information you need will come to you from other sources. But it's not our job. We're being told to back off.
Okay.
And so we pay attention because this is the agreement we have made with your consensus reality. Your spirit guides are going, we'll handle this. So we say, okie dokie.
Well, I give them permission to tell you.
That's not how it works.
No, I know. I know.
They already know what it is they have the permission to do and not do. And they already know what it is we have permission to do and not do. And in this case, you need to go through this process in a specific way. So you are in good hands, don't worry. And so is your child. In good hands, don't worry. Just move forward in your excitement and your joy and your love.
Okay, that's good enough.
All right. Thank you. That'll do for now.
Oh, no more questions?
That'll do for now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
And to you, good day.
Okay, I'm so curious about I want to work. My highest excitement would be working in the entertainment industry.
Oh, well, what's stopping you?
Well, that's what I'm definitely going towards. And someone
Going
like
towards, where is it? Way over there somewhere? How far away are you from it?
well, in my head, I'm already there.
Well, then, you're already in it. What else needs to be said?
This
What
is
are
where
you
I get-
doing to exemplify the fact that you're in it is the question.
living
And in
it-
what part do you wish to be? If there is a specific way you wish to express your participation in your entertainment industry.
I
What are
wanna
you
do
specifically
something
talking about?
as working like with someone like Oprah Winfrey, who uses her platform to create a positive shift in the world.
But what do you mean working with someone like that? In what capacity? How? Are you just looking for a job?
No, I want to use my talents to I want to use my talents to express a lot of this stuff that I've learned through my journey of life and life lessons, and be able to give that back. But
So
do
you're
it through my
talking about
talents.
what? Being a speaker of these concepts, and so sometime then
Like-
being contacted by people like her who might want to know what you have to say? What are you saying?
I would love to have my own TV shows, like work.
You would like to have your own TV show?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, so what are you doing in that direction then to create your own TV show? Nothing?
Well,
Nothing?
I'm doing as much as I can. Well,
What does that
I could
mean?
do a lot more. Yeah.
Yes, you could. What are you doing?
Well,
Are you creating a show Bible?
I have a lot of show ideas, and I have a lot of stuff
Have
written
you
down. and
created
I
a
have
show Bible?
a show Bible, so like a workbook that has like everything in it.
It explains the show. Who are you going to pitch your show to?
Oprah.
All right. Well, don't you have something that you need to pitch?
I do. And
So
I have
you
a
need
lot
to
of stuff
explain
like
the premise of the show, how it lays out, what you will do in each episode, if you want to call it that.
that. Well, my curiosity is about the entertainment industry, about how like supposedly the Illuminati and all this stuff.
Oh,
and
my
all...
goodness.
Okay, so definitely, so just stay on my path and just go
Yes.
and guide, and none of that stuff will.
Yes, learn your trade if that's what you wish to do. Learn your craft.
Yes, perfect. Okay, that's
Yes.
what I wanted to know about that. Yeah.
All right. Don't worry about
awesome,
those
perfect.
peripheral ideas.
And then my second question was, I recently came across another channeler that does cleansing with entities that stick to us.
Oh, my goodness.
Is that real, or like, can you elaborate on that? Like, supposedly,
It's an idea that is presented as an opportunity for you to decide whether or not you need to operate under that particular belief system. Do
Okay,
you
so it's
prefer
like
that particular expression?
almost like you were like how you talk about permission slips.
slips?
Yeah. Okay.
Do
Perfect.
you understand?
I totally understand.
All right.
Awesome.
Does that help you?
That totally
You feel a
helps.
little lighter?
Yeah, I do.
Not so many things sticking to you now?
Yeah, totally.
Not so stuck in moving forward
Yeah.
on your dream?
And then one time I had a dream which felt really, really real. And
oh, really,
it was,
really real.
and it was a ship that came, a UFO,
Yes.
and there was kids in it, like
Yes.
some that looked like my nieces and nephews, and then
Yes.
there was this really nice like girl and everything, and they were very loving and welcoming and stuff. Was that anything like a connection to?
The hybrids, yes.
Yes.
And also the fact that you were given an opportunity to recognize that some of your nieces and nephews also wind up on the ships from time to time. Oh.
So they're just going on little trips here and
Yes,
there.
they are.
That's awesome.
And it was shown to you that way so that you would understand the connection between your human nieces and nephews and hybrid children, to give you a sense of connection with all of them.
Nice.
So you can spread the love around a bit.
Yes, give the love. Perfect.
Familiarity is what they were showing you. Familiarity. Family. You understand?
Yeah.
Familiarity.
That's awesome.
Does that help you?
Yes, that does. Thank you so much.
All right.
I feel
we'll
lighter. So.
see you on television, I suppose.
Yes.
Tune in next week to see what he has in store.
Well, we have about 30 minutes left.
Oh, all right.
How many names?
Pick a number between 4 and 6.
5.
Thank you. Well done.
I must be a mathematical genius.
You are.
Alessandro Brau. Oh. Kenza. She's over here. Oh, how well done. It's like picking cards. I wonder what I'll get. Yazra.
Wait, stop there for a moment. Let's start with these 3.
Okay.
Hello, Bashar.
And you, good day.
It's my first time here. Thank you so
Oh,
much.
it is our first time speaking with you as well. What a coincidence.
All right. My highest excitement happens to be in lucid dreaming,
Oh, all right.
and I've been practicing
Yes.
for 3 years now.
Oh, all right.
But-
And?
Well, I don't get exactly the result I want.
All right. That's
and
all right.
I'm stuck on my. I
All right.
believe.
Wait, what? Whoa. Now, what else excites you in life, too? Besides that, what's the next most exciting thing you can do if that's not coming to fruition yet?
Well, learning
Learning what?
learning about especially physics and how we
right.
can create energy and
All right. And so you go about doing that too, yes?
yes.
All right.
Um,
And so, have you learned anything in physics that can help you understand the frequency state you need to be in to lucid dream?
no.
Well,
Actually,
then you need to maybe study a little bit more physics.
all right. So I need to use my second option of highest excitement to
Anytime you cannot fully act on the thing that excites you the most, act on the next most exciting thing, because all excitement is connected. And whatever it is you have more ability to act on will ultimately lead you back to what you don't have the ability to act on by giving you the ability to act on it. All things are connected in excitement. So if you are able to study physics, that must mean there's some information in there or some other thing you can act on that is representative of an excitement you can do that contains the information you need to allow you to do something you can't do right now that is also representative of your excitement. It's all connected.
all right. And may I ask you one more question about belief systems? Because I think I have a contradictory belief system, but
All right,
I
such
cannot
as?
look for it. I mean,
You can't look for it?
Yeah, I don't know how to do that. I mean,
Well, what's the
I don't see
contradictory
it.
belief about?
because when I sometimes I did achieve lucid dreaming and
Yes.
I was really excited, but
Yes?
I don't know how to repeat that.
Oh, all right. Your contradictory belief system is that you think you always have to repeat it. You don't.
All right.
When you don't, when you can't, that's telling you you don't need to right now.
Right.
Your insistence on doing it is the contradictory belief. You have to trust the way it unfolds, and especially if you have been able to do it, and then suddenly you find you can't, whatever it is you can't do at that moment is a sign that you don't need to do it at that moment. If you trust your life, that's how you read that sign. Not that something's wrong. Not that you should try even harder because maybe you can push it through, although sometimes that might be the answer. But more often than not, if you are able to do something and then you're not able to do it, that might be a sign that you don't need to do that right now. And your contradictory belief is the idea that you must be able to do it right now. That might not be true right now. Maybe you need to go through another process for another reason right now.
And do you see anything? Do you see anything I cannot see right now about it?
I just told you what I could
What-
see that you weren't seeing.
All right, and so I just, even if it's my highest excitement,
You're not
doesn't
getting
necessar-
it. You're not getting it. The thing that comes as your highest excitement doesn't mean that's the thing that has to manifest. That's why we say you need to drop all insistence on the outcome. You just act on the excitement to the best of your ability with no insistence on a particular outcome. Because that leaves room for what actually needs to happen, which your physical mind is not capable of determining all the time. What you actually need to have happen there. That's why you need to drop your insistence on that this has to happen. So follow the excitement, but don't expect that the form that the excitement comes in is always the thing that actually has to come to fruition, because it isn't always the thing that has to come to fruition. Sometimes something excites you at that moment just because it gets you to move, it gets you to act, and that's the most important thing, not that the thing you think should happen. Just puts you in a different state, and that may be all that was necessary at that moment. So never assume that you actually have to achieve the goal. If that's not what happens, then that's not what needs to happen at that moment. Something else needs to happen first. You need to trust the way it unfolds.
All right.
Make sense?
Make absolutely sense.
All
so
right.
I have to just
Yes.
when it comes to me, when I feel it, I act on it. But when it doesn't come, I just let it go and do something that.
If it doesn't excite you, if it's not the most exciting thing at that moment, act on whatever is, even if it seems completely unconnected on the surface. It's the excitement that tells you it is connected, not how it looks.
All right. Thank you very much.
Does that help you?
Yes, a lot.
All right. Thank you.
Bashar.
Hi, Bashar.
And a you good day.
I'm kind of really nervous,
Oh, how exciting.
I guess.
I know so. There's nothing to be nervous about. You can be excited instead if you want.
I think I am.
Oh, all right. Then speak up and be bold so that all may hear what you have to share.
Okay, well, I guess in the past year,
Yes.
I've been through a lot of interesting, different situations.
Yes.
I
It sounds exciting.
It was. I mean, at first it was very scary,
Oh, that's exciting too.
but now it all made sense as to
All
why
right.
it happened.
There you go.
But I guess, well,
You keep guessing a lot.
sorry. To be more specific, I
Yes.
was applying to colleges last year,
Yes.
and I didn't really have a direction in mind. I kind of was just doing it because I just
All right.
was.
So are you now realizing there are things you could be doing that are more representative of your excitement?
Yeah.
Such as?
Well,
Such as?
I don't know yet.
It doesn't have to be a career. You're here today having this conversation, we assume, because this excited you. That's all you have to keep doing. When this conversation is over, out of all the options available to you, choose the one that has even just a little bit more excitement than anything else that you're able to act on. And act on it to the best of your ability until you can act on it no further. And just keep doing that. That step-by-step process will eventually expand into other larger scale things like projects, like careers, and so on and so forth.
Okay.
So just start where you can, because all excitement is connected. So it doesn't have to start big, it can start small.
Okay. Well, I guess I ended up getting accepted
Two.
to UCLA.
Oh, all right.
And-
Four. What?
What major?
If that's what the way you wish to express it, yes.
Biology.
And?
And
So you said, though, that you're not excited about this, yes? Or are you?
well, it's interesting what I'm learning.
right.
Usually a lot of people try really hard to get into the school, and I kind of just let it go, and it happened.
All right.
So
is this representative of your excitement in any way, shape, or form? Is it one of the expressions of your excitement?
Well, it's interesting because I am there now,
Yes.
but what I'm dealing with now is a lot of my fears and insecurities.
Well, isn't that a good thing?
Well,
Because now you're discovering them so you can let them go. Yes?
yeah,
So that's a positive thing, isn't it?
yeah,
Isn't that exciting?
yeah.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is I get confused as to how to continue. I mean,
I just told you. If something comes up that is representative of one of your fears, then allow yourself to investigate it, because that's why it's coming up. This is an opportunity for you to get in touch more quickly with the things you want to let go of that are fear-based definitions. And when you've let go of them, you can decide whether or not to continue doing what it is that brought that opportunity to you, or change to something else. Or you can change now. But if you have those fear-based definitions, they're going to come up in whatever you do, because that's one of the things that the excitement kit does, is reflect to you the things that are out of alignment with excitement. So it's going to happen in one way, shape, or form. So if you want to do it in something that's more exciting, you can do it there. If you want to stay where you are and do it, you can do that too. But it's your decision. It doesn't matter.
Okay, I think what stops me from even considering doing anything else is my fear that this is the only way I can be successful.
Oh, poor you. I guess so then. I guess that's what's true for you then. It's the only possible thing you can do. Interesting, though, that you would think that the idea of doing something that you don't love would actually make you successful. Very, very interesting definition you have there of success.
Very complicated.
Well, it doesn't have to be.
Well, how do I change that? How do
Well, do you understand that you simply believe that this is the only thing that can allow you to feel successful? And that it's not empirically true. It's not really a fact. You just believe that it's true.
Is it? It's not?
No, of course not. How could it possibly be? If it were really true, you wouldn't even consider wanting to do anything else. It would never occur to you that there might be some other way. We wouldn't be having this conversation. If it was a fact of nature to you, built into you so strongly as an absolute truth, that there was really no other way you could be in your mind successful, even questioning it would never occur to you. But the fact that it has is your first clue that there might actually be something else that you can be successful at that you would actually love.
Wow.
Wow. You see how to use logic here?
Yeah.
That's how you use logic in a positive way. You have to look at the obvious. And the obvious is, really, if you understand the structure of existence, it wouldn't occur to you to think that there might be something else. You would never even wonder, if it was an empirical fact of existence, that this is the only path for you to be successful in.
So all the pain and everything that's coming up, it's
resistance to your natural self. Resistance to what is actually true for you. Forcing yourself to go down a path that isn't yours. Forcing yourself to be someone you're not. Forcing yourself to be a shape you weren't made to be is painful.
Yeah.
So stop doing it. Lighten up. And know that you can align with whatever is truly exciting for you. And the fact that something might be more exciting is your first clue that that's where your success actually lies.
Okay. So how do I use the experience of being at UCLA right now?
I told you. If you want to use it for a while to see if it can become more exciting, that you can change your definitions of what you're doing and allow it to be more exciting, or use it temporarily to find out what some of your fear-based definitions are so you can explore them and let them go, you can use it that way. It's up to you. However, again, you must honor your belief system. It doesn't do you any good to leave that and do something that is exciting if you don't believe that it will actually support you successfully.
Okay.
You must honor your belief system and change when you feel that it is comfortable to change.
Okay.
So it's up to you, but if you at least start doing things that excite you as often as you can, you will allow your excitement to show you in unexpected ways that it actually can support you. And then maybe you'll build up more confidence that it can. And then maybe in your own good time, sooner or later, you'll be willing to trust that it can, and you'll let go of the things you don't actually prefer to do, knowing now that your excitement can actually support you.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah, that helps.
So the transitional rate is up to you. It's in your hands. Fast or slow is up to you.
Okay, well, something that also ties in with the success is I was raised with I know where the belief comes from. I have a fear of lack.
But that means you just have an abundance of lack.
Well, yeah.
So use your abundance in another way, because you're never not abundant. You are always abundant in something, even if you're abundant in lack.
How do I be abundant in not lack?
Well, if you understand that everything is about abundance of something, then why would you prefer to use your abundance to experience an abundance of lack instead of something else? Because there is no such thing as a lack of abundance. It's just an abundance of lack. Once you understand that in your mind, that it's always an abundance of something, then you get to choose what form the abundance expresses itself in, because it's all abundance. There's no such thing as lack. It's an abundance of the experience of lack. That's all. So if you don't prefer that, use your abundance in another way, by knowing that you can, by knowing that everything is a form of abundance of something. Even if it's something you don't prefer, it's still a form of abundance.
Really? Really?
Yes. You cannot be non-abundant. It's your natural state to be abundant in something. When was the last time you were abundant in absolutely nothing?
Never.
Lack is still something, isn't it?
Yeah.
Therefore, you've never been abundant in nothing. So you might as well be abundant in what you prefer as opposed to being abundant in what you don't prefer. Because abundance is your natural state. Confidence is your natural state. Trust is your natural state. Abundance is your natural state. You are always confident that something is true. You always trust that something is true. You are always abundant in something. Be confident about what you prefer to be. Trust what you prefer to trust. Have abundance in what you prefer to have abundance in, instead of what you don't. Because you can't change the fact that you're always confident, trusting, and abundant. You can only change what you're confident, trusting, and abundant in. So if you now recognize that it's not a lack of abundance, it's an abundance of lack, you go, oh, well, I'm always abundant, so I might as well now change it to an abundance I prefer instead of one that I don't. Period.
Wow, that sounds so much simpler than
It is. Wow. And I understand that sometimes that's the greatest challenge on your planet, believing that it's actually that simple. But it is. But it's up to you to know that that's true and act like you know it and get the advantage of it, because that's the way reality works.
So struggle doesn't have to happen?
No. Challenge, yes, but not struggle, not pain. Challenge is exciting. To learn something new, to grow, to investigate, to explore, to discover. That's what challenge is about.
So I should treat everything in my life as a challenge then?
Yes, why not? That's how you will then experience it. Remember, you only experience what you put out. So if you always give everything a positive meaning, then it will only be experienced in a positive way, even if it was generated negatively to begin with. Even if it's any situation you might have previously identified as negative, you can neutralize it and know that it doesn't have any built-in meaning. It's just a neutral circumstance. It's just an empty set of props that you get to fill with the meaning that you prefer. No matter how anyone else may choose to identify it, doesn't matter. You can always extract a positive effect from every situation if you constantly know that it can serve you that way. But if you constantly say, well, this can only serve me in a negative way, that's the only way you can experience it, because this is just physics. What you put out is what you get back. It doesn't have a mind of its own. It's just a neutral circumstance.
Wow.
Does that help you?
That's awesome.
All right. Really well, good. Then today you have graduated to another level.
Thank you. I have one more question.
Thank you.
Oh, that's it?
That's it.
Oh, okay.
That's all you need right now.
Thank you, Bashar.
You are welcome.
I love you.
Our unconditional love to you as well. Let these things sink in, and they will make more and more and more sense to you. And as soon as they make absolute sense to you, you will know exactly how to proceed in your life from there. And?
So our next questioner, I'm going to take the mic to her.
All right.
But someone needs to undo the cord.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Sure, I'll hold it. I don't mind. Okay, thank you. Okay. Hi, Bashar.
And a you good day.
Beautiful. So I'm This is quite exciting. I'm quite
Yes,
new
it
to
is.
you. Quite new.
We are all new. Every moment
Indeed,
we are new.
Indeed, this is true.
And thank you for your service.
Absolutely. Thank you for yours. I'm feeling like I'm playing full out. I feel like I know so much. I'm not
You do.
usually a questioner.
It doesn't have to be a question. It can be a statement.
Right.
And sometimes making a statement opens more doors than a question does.
Beautiful.
So, what do you wish to say?
I wish to say that I already know. I already know everything I need to know.
Yes, you do. And if you
It's-
know that you do, then you do.
Yes.
You don't have to say any more if you don't want to. It's up to you.
And yeah, I wish to say thank you. Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I ask you a question.
Yes.
What do you do for fun?
I imagine.
What else? What physical expression does your imagination take? Do you have some creative expression?
That's quite interesting because physically, in terms of following my excitement,
Yes. Yes.
the physical representation seems to be catching up with what I imagine and what I intend and what I choose.
All right.
And so, in
Yes.
terms of following my excitement, I realize that, well,
Yes.
to a physical extent, it looks like I'm limited in certain.
We understand that's how it looks,
Right.
but you're not really. It's just about understanding how to do things differently.
Exactly.
And so, what excitement would you like to express that your physicality is and your imagination is allowing you to catch up to?
I love the idea of adventure and traveling and being in nature and
All right.
connecting.
All right. And so there are ways you can do that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You're only limited by your imagination, which is unlimited.
Yes.
Think outside the box, as you say on Earth. Yes?
Yes.
So you're having fun doing that? And manifesting things that are more outside the box?
I am, and it's fun sort of playing with this in the sense of
Yes.
drawing things to me and not having to get
Yes.
up and go take
Yes, yes,
action
yes,
in the
yes, yes.
physical.
You see, if you want to look at it linearly, in actual fact, that's actually what happens. You never actually go anywhere. Everything actually comes to you because you're here and now.
That's right. Yes.
You're not really moving through a reality. A reality is moving through you. And the things that you manifest are here already. They're just invisible until you make them visible by matching their frequency, that's all. But they're all here right now. All the things that are relevant for your lives are here right now. So thank you for being an example of a process that can be reflected to others to let them know that they're not as limited as they think because they can see in you someone who they would think would be more limited who is able to go beyond those bounds. Yes?
Yes. Yes.
And so you are a good teacher and an example for that. So thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Does this help you?
Absolutely.
You want to go skydiving?
Yeah, I've definitely played with that idea.
All right, well, there are people that have done it
Yes.
in your circumstance.
Right.
So don't let anything stop you.
No.
Use your imagination. You'll figure out a way. You'll figure out a way. If it's truly representative of your excitement, then it's representative of your excitement for a reason, and you'll figure out a way. And maybe the way you figure out is a way that no one's ever done before. And how magical is that, to bring that into your world? Something that is done in a way that's never been done before, just because everyone assumes it can't be done. How magical is that?
Right. Very
Yes.
magical. Very magical.
All right. Well, does this help you?
Absolutely.
Is this sufficient?
It is, yes.
All right. Then we thank you.
Thank you.
At this timing, you may all take a short break. We will resume this transmission with your holotope meditation to help crystallize in the ideas we have shared with you this day. Take a short break. Arnold say, let us continue this transmission. Nania?
Yes, hello, Tadeo.
The way in which Sasani beings are like herding calves
Yes.
is that we're perfect. And so,
Uncategorically.
yes. Do you have a few questions before we begin the holotope meditation?
Yes, we do. And
All right.
from our listeners. And the first one is, what is cosmic consciousness and how do we awaken it?
My goodness.
Well, I thought that too. But then I thought, maybe this is a good question because really isn't cosmic consciousness about Homo galacticus?
It can be.
Or what else would it be?
Well, you're tapping into cosmic consciousness all the time and expressing it however you need to express it in your individual experience of life. You are cosmic consciousness. You are connected to everything. Everything is here and now. It's all cosmic consciousness expressing itself in the ways that it can. But if you wish to narrow it down to the idea of an awareness, a growing awareness of your connection specifically to extraterrestrial beings or extraterrestrial aspects or counterparts of yourself, you can do that too. But it really is just an awakening to the idea that everything is connected throughout creation, throughout the cosmos, that everything is one, expressing itself in all the ways that it can, and feeling that connection and living with that connection, living through that idea. Yes?
Yes, I often think of it as this kind of enrichment state where you perceive physical reality so much more deeply and
Yes.
profoundly, and everything feels new and amazing. And
Yes. And by the way, when you first asked the question and we responded, that wasn't an exclamation, that was the answer. Cosmic consciousness is my goodness.
oh, you're right.
I know, that's why I said it.
Okay, and one of the questions that came up is basically, as you alluded to the prospect of some natural disasters on the planet,
Yes.
how about a hint at one or two potential natural disasters that would be on the horizon?
That is not part of the agenda at this time.
Okie dokie. Question number 3.
Yes.
There's been talk of a Wave X event, Horizon, set to culminate tomorrow, and it's being described as a massive gamma wave. Can you shed some light on the effect it might have for humanity?
What is being expressed here is an interpretation of the idea of the vibrations of your lunar eclipse connecting to the vibrations of how your moon is acting as a lens for certain frequencies that can accelerate your consciousness if you choose to match them at this time of transition and crossing. It's like a threshold crossing. The idea of the gamma wave is simply a way of understanding that if you align with this frequency, it can raise your brain frequency to gamma between 40 and 100 cycles per second, which is the channeling state, which allows you to tap in more readily to other dimensions of experience. That's what that actually means.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
And lastly, actually, this is my question. And that has to do with when you were describing the channeling state on Friday and the
Yes.
process mechanics. What's the difference between someone channeling their personality and channeling another entity, say your future self or some other version, or I guess a god?
Channeling your own personality is part of what you agree to in terms of how you set your life up for your own theme of exploration. It doesn't mean it can't include agreements with other entities, but they are subject to the idea of other agreements and matching the frequencies of other entities, as opposed to that which is simply laid out as part of the natural expression of the life that you wish to explore, which requires the personality to be channeled. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I was kind of thinking about when you were showing on the diagram that the lines are either resistance lines or they're flowing with it.
Yes.
And so when we channel our personality, obviously we're receiving information from our higher levels.
Yes, and you're using that mechanism to communicate with the higher mind, but you said other entities.
Right.
Well, the higher mind is part of the person that you are.
I was getting to that.
Oh, all right.
So I was looking at the mechanics of how we do our personality and how we feel like we can really make the difference by aligning with the energies that are coming through and expressing them in a positive way.
Yes.
With another entity,
yes,
is there any difference?
Well, you're taking into account then the themes that both are exploring. So it's a combined agreement theme, not just yours personally. It's a combined agreement theme.
So can the entity have some negative themes that they're exploring?
It can be possible, but it is highly improbable because it requires the idea of being in a positive state in order to allow the connection to occur, because it's a connection of integration, not segregation.
And so there would probably be an agreement between the being that's coming through and the person who's channeling them, because they're together they will be exploring key, important, thematic type
Yes,
of...
what the personality will do on your planet is will set their life up in such a way that they receive the training necessary to be capable of matching the frequency of the other entity to fulfill the agreement when the time comes.
Okay, so what if the entity is coming through at a higher vibrational state and the person who's channeling them is holding a lower vibrational state in certain belief areas? When the energy of the entity reaches it's the higher mind, though. It has to go through the higher mind first. So you're saying then it hits the personality?
Yes.
And once it hits the personality, how does that affect the information when you're in such a close relationship between two beings?
It depends upon the agreement, but generally speaking, you will find that it will not actually go all the way through to the personality if there are too many issues that are out of phase with the vibration coming in.
So they simply will not be able to access the information. It will
Correct.
appear to be blocked.
Correct. Or they will appear to, in a sense, fake it. Do you understand?
Yeah.
If they are involving their ego structure, then their ego may take over in the idea of pretending to be the deliverer when in fact it is actually just a stand-in.
And it also seems like the entity, in working with the physical channel, will assist that being in being able to integrate the information.
If the being is willing to listen, yes.
So that's the dance.
Yes, that's the dance.
That they're doing.
Yes, and most of this is done ahead of the time of the contact. But sometimes it is required for this to go on during the connection as well. Depends again on what the theme is that the channel is exploring.
But it's actually an ongoing relationship, so
yes,
that very close relationship between the entity and the person that's channeling them.
Yes. Although the person that decides to channel can also decide not to.
It's a very interesting relationship.
Yes, it is.
And thank you so much for clarifying that.
It is our pleasure. And now it is time for your holotope meditation.
Okay, thank you, Tateo.
You are welcome, Nania, and all of you. Allow yourselves to become very relaxed and start to breathe easily. Let go of all the things you think you need to think about, because you don't need to think about them now. So, if you're thinking of having second thoughts, think again. Relax. Let go. Take a deep breath in and let it out. And as you do, allow your lights to dim and your music to rise. And focus on the holotope and understand that you are looking at a reflection of your inner being in whatever way works for you at this time. Allow yourself to continue to breathe, taking deep breaths in, letting them out at an easy, effortless pace. And allow yourself, as you continue to do this, to drift into the center of your being and start to feel all of the cords and connections that connect you to everything. Look at the holotope as an example, a diagram of all the different strings and cords of energy and information and lines of light by which in your physical reality you choose to be connected to all other things. And allow yourself to feel the vibrations that exist now and the momentum that may be behind certain probabilities. And see the holotope as a graphic equation of probabilities, so that different chords and strings and pathways may stand out at different times as you look at it through the course of this meditation, allowing you to understand how to read these lines of information and read the probabilities and where most of the energy and momentum may be behind certain ideas. But again, remember, this is a reading of the present. There is no such thing as the future right now. There are only other probable alternate nows, all of them existing simultaneously, through which you are shifting over and over and over again, billions of times per second, charting your course, redefining yourself over and over again. And understand that you yourself, in a sense, are such a prediction. Because the personality is a channeled entity, you are constantly reading yourself, taking note, taking readings, and allowing yourself to shift and adjust and course correct on the map of your journey. Reinventing, redefining yourself constantly. Readjusting the probabilities of who and what you are and what you will experience your life to be. This is an ongoing, constant process of change going on within you all the time in your consciousness. The holotope now acts as a map and a chart of all the different variations and probabilities of your personality as you channel it through into physical reality, into the physical dream. Whatever now stands out can be symbolically representative of another aspect of your being, another way of defining yourself, another personality that you can be. Take a moment to really observe what is standing out, almost as if you are reading the permission slip known as a tarot card with all of its different imagery, allowing one image to stand out, one line of light, one fractal to be more apparent than another at one moment over another. Just see how it undulates. Just see how it changes. With every single change of light, there is new information encoding into you. Only the information that you truly need. Only the information that is truly about you. Only that which is truly relevant for you at this time as the personality you choose to be. And 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 choose to be, 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 and choose to be. You are constantly making choices, whether you know it or not. You are constantly redefining who you are, and you are constantly, literally becoming a new person every moment, with a new history every moment. Because the past is illusion, and so is the future, and you're creating them both from the present. So you are rewriting your history every moment, over and over and over and over and over again. A new dawn, a new day, a new you, a new history, a new time, a new space, a new reality. Always new. Continuity will now begin to break apart, come apart at the seams, and be more flexible and malleable, as it melts in the crucible of your understanding and the fire of your comprehension. Allow yourself to let it melt, dissolving the personality that used to be there that no longer serves you, and recrystallizing the one that is now, at this moment, more in alignment with who you truly are as a frequency, as a consciousness, as an aspect, as a projection of all that is. And feel the freedom and the unconditional love that supports you in this process, in this recreation and reinvention, redefinition of yourself. Every moment, you are always supported in your imagination, in your higher mind, in your higher self, in your oversouls, as you become more and more crystallized in spirit and awareness and awakening in the dream of physical reality into which you will now awaken more and more every day. Reading all the symbols that appear in your physical reality as reflections, as symbols of changes in your consciousness. And the eclipse of your moon that now allows you to dive more deeply into the mysteries of your being, to let them unfold in the night and in the day. Let them blossom. Let them become part of who you are. Let them take their place within you as aspects of your being that serve you. Allow yourself to dream and drift in lunar light, in loving light, in the night, in the mystery that opens into the brilliant day that shall reveal a new path every moment to you that you can walk, that becomes broad and wide and stable and clear all the way to the horizon, no matter how it may wind. It is the path of your being, the path of who you truly are. Allow yourself to feel the support that moves you forward, the driving engine, the organizing principle, the path of least resistance, the path that connects to all other expressions of your joy, and the reflective mirror that will always reveal to you what is out of alignment with that path, with your truth, so that you can let go of those things that no longer serve you, that simply do not belong to you, and allow yourself to gather yourself together with intention. And you move forward on that beam of light, that beam of intention, that beam of awareness, that beam of being. Breathe it in and make it your own. Breathe it in and make it your own. Breathe it in and make it your own. And it is you. And every breath you take is life supporting you. And every breath out is you supporting life. Back and forth in the exchange of unconditional love of nature and your natural being that blossoms forth more and more every day in play, in life and love. Allow your music to dim. Allow your lights to go down and remain floating free in the dark of night, for there is still light that reaches you in that darkness. It is the light of illumination, the light of awareness, the light of being, the light of all that is always there, whether it is invisible to your senses or not, but your senses may open and see the light that shines brightly within each and every one of you, in your heart, in your spirit, in your soul. For you are that light, and you are that information. You are encoded light and encoded love, and life itself is what you are. Allow yourselves now to drift softly, easily, and freely, and just be at peace as your music fades and your lights fade, and you allow yourselves to float in the darkness of the night in the arms of mystery, and allow yourself to cross that threshold into a new understanding, a new momentum, and an infinite array of probabilities that are all in alignment and can all be used to propel you forward into the dream that you prefer to dream, the dream of yourself when you dream yourself into being. Be at peace and be lucid in that dream, just as you are lucid now in the dream we have immersed you in together. Be at peace. Be at peace. unconditional love to you all. Good day and sweet dreams. But it'll say good day to you this day of your time. How are you all? All right. All right, thank you. Once again, we express our deepest gratitude and appreciation to each and every one of you individually and all of you together collectively for the co-creation of this interaction and the allowance of this transmission at this time. We would, speaking of allowance, like to begin this transmission on the subject of allowance and explain a formula by which you can maximize the synchronicity in your life by using allowance in a very specific way. We call this, at least for now, the AAA formula. No, not your Automobile Association of America, no. But the idea as follows. Many people on your planet, when they begin to experience more synchronicity, when they begin to attract and manifest in their lives something that they need, something that is representative and reflective of their preference, of their joy, of their excitement, will often look at the idea very briefly and suddenly and instantaneously and immediately go, but what else is there? Is there more? Let's get more. Let's expand it. Now, the idea is that you need to be in the present with anything that manifests as best as you possibly can. And by experiencing a manifestation of something that you prefer and immediately looking for what else you can get, what else you can manifest, how much more you can attract, you're actually kind of missing the point. Because when you manifest, it is simply the act of arriving at a frequency, creating a frequency within yourself that allows something that has already always been here to simply become visible to you. When you talk about the idea of attraction, you're never actually attracting something from somewhere else to where you are. Everything that you can possibly need, anything that is relevant in your lives is already right here with you, because there is only here. There is only now. Therefore, everything that you will need in your life is here right now. It may not be visible to you right now. It may not seem to physically manifest right now because it may not be the appropriate timing for it. But if you allow it to manifest in the way it was designed to manifest automatically and synchronistically, then you will see that it will manifest if it is relevant and necessary in your life for something that you truly need, something that is truly your preference. It will manifest in the perfect timing. But the way you go about this and allowing this to happen in the most magnified and accelerated way is by using this AAA formula. And the AAA stands for acknowledge, appreciate, and then allow. And it goes something like this. When you have manifested something that is reflective of your joy, your excitement, your preference, stop. Don't ask for more. Don't look for more. Don't at that moment attempt to expand or increase it, saying, what else can it be? Can I have this much more? Can I go here? Can I do that? Can it be bigger? Can it be other than this? Stop. Take a moment and allow yourself to acknowledge what you have just been given. Take that moment. It's very important. It's absolutely crucial because it will bring you back into the present. It will keep you in the now moment to acknowledge what just happened, what you have just manifested, that you have just allowed yourself to create a vibrational frequency within your being that now matches that thing and allows that thing to become visible to you. That's what manifestation is. So take that moment, take that pause, and acknowledge what just happened. Don't rush ahead. Don't look for more. Don't be on about the business of looking into the future to see what else you can get. Stop. Take a moment. and acknowledge what just happened. Then, when you have acknowledged the manifestation that has just occurred, that is in the direction of your preference, it may not be all of it all at once, but if it's in the direction of your preference, after you have acknowledged that that is so, it's a recognition that something has just happened, an acknowledgement. And once you recognize it, then take the next moment and appreciate it. Appreciate what you now have as fully as you can. Go into a state of gratitude, into a state of grace, into a state of deep appreciation for what you now are experiencing. Again, this keeps you in the moment, and it not only keeps you in the moment, it adds energy to the entire process that is very, very powerful, because appreciation is a very powerful energy. It is a state of grace. It is a state not only of acknowledgement, but recognition, and also the ability to allow that energy to start really expanding into all areas of your life. Because what you're doing is you are appreciating not only that manifestation, but yourself as well. And as you appreciate yourself and you become equal to that manifestation through appreciation, it starts to expand and go into every facet of your life. And that is when you then can allow whatever else needs to manifest more synchronistically, in a more accelerated way, allowing you to experience growth and change in a positive and constructive and exciting way in a much, much more accelerated fashion. So, please remember the 3 A's: acknowledge, appreciate, and then allow what needs to happen to happen. You don't need to force it to happen. You don't need to manipulate your reality. You don't need to make it happen in any way, shape, or form. Once you have acknowledged what just happened, and once you appreciate as fully as you can what you now have experienced, then all you need to do is allow those 2 factors to work for you. Allow their energy to expand and increase, and allow what the next thing is that needs to happen. It may not always be what you think, but it will always be what you need. It may not always be what you want, but it will always be what you need. And if you understand that it is always what is truly relevant for you, truly what you need, truly representative of your high vibration of acknowledgement and appreciation, then you can know with absolute certainty that whatever the next manifestation is exactly what it needs to be to take you to the next level, to accelerate your life in the most positive way, to bring you the next opportunity and experience and challenge in your life that will allow you to open more doors and experience more and more and more of who you truly are, which is the entire point of this life. That's your purpose, to experience more and more and more, to remember more and more and more of who you truly are. And through this 3-part mechanism of acknowledging and appreciating and allowing, without manipulating, without making it work, without forcing it, just relaxing into that energy and really feeling it as fully as you can, then you will see a marked increase in synchronicity, a marked acceleration of manifestation, and you will start to fall into this idea. It will become first nature for when anything manifests for you to stop and live in it. Live in that moment. Don't be in a hurry to get anywhere else. Don't be in a hurry to have more than what you've just manifested. Whatever needs to come will come. And again, it will come in the most accelerated and synchronistic way if you just sit with what you have just manifested. Because one step leads to the next, and it already knows how to do that. You don't need to help it. Just let it do its job. Let the mechanism work. That's how it works. It always works. It automatically works. This is just physics we're talking about here, but we are illuminating a specific way to approach allowance with the other 2 qualities of acknowledgement and appreciation that will amp it up and magnify it and shoot it off into your life just like a rocket. And things will start to explode and become ecstatic more and more and more and more if, of course, you believe you can handle that much ecstasy, that much synchronicity, that much joy in your lives. For if you find yourself then balking at the acceleration, balking at the amplification, again stop. And at that moment, acknowledge what it is that's happening and appreciate what it is that's happening, even if it's not exactly what you believe you prefer, because it is there for a reason for you to investigate why you are reacting the way you are reacting. Get in touch with whatever belief system is generating that particular reaction. Find out what it is consciously, and when you believe it doesn't serve you anymore, to let it go and add that energy to your joy and your excitement to increase and amplify and magnify that acceleration, and allow yourself to continue along that path of manifesting your dreams, manifesting your true self, manifesting your preferred reality. Does this make sense to you? Yes. All right. So please remember to use that 3-part formula. Take your time. Allow yourself to live in the now moment. Really, really experience acknowledging what you already have. Please appreciate what you already have, and then just allow what else needs to come to come. It will. Guaranteed. So, in return for the gift you are giving us of allowing us to experience you in this way at this time, I ask, how may we continue to be of service to you with your questions and dialogue? Please begin however you prefer.
Hello.
And to you, good day.
Hello, Bashar. It's a pleasure.
Yes. We
So-
also derive pleasure from our interactions with each and every one of you.
Yeah, I'm starting to understand that pleasure is a great focus.
Yes.
And I want to talk about a couple of things.
Yes.
One is what you just addressed, and the word surrender that comes to mind.
Yes. Surrender is actually allowing control, because you're already in control. When you believe you have to make things happen, force things happen instead of allowing them to, you actually believe you are not in control, that things won't work automatically, that your life is out of balance. But when you surrender, you are actually giving over to the fact that things are already perfectly under control.
Yes. And the conscious surrender or deliberate surrender.
Yes.
The focus, I mean, I feel like I still want to keep some control. So what
You have control.
Right.
That's what we're saying.
So to place my focus on the thing, like the 3 A's, basically what you talked about,
Yes.
on acknowledging, on appreciating,
Yes.
on allowing,
Yes.
gives me a sense of control that I can
Yes.
focus on something.
That's why we designed it that way, because we understand what your physical mind wants. And therefore, by giving it the steering wheel it thinks it has, it will allow you to relax into truly allowing the real control to automatically work, while the physical mind's ego is going, oh yes, I'm driving the car. But what it doesn't know is that steering wheel isn't really connected to anything.
It's a good
That's
analogy.
why we create these permission slips. Many times we create these permission slips not necessarily because the permission slip itself is necessary for the thing to work, but so that it occupies your physical mind so that you can allow things to work.
Okay, perfect. So occupying the physical mind, I feel like I've accepted a long time ago I have what I say is a big ego, and I like to think about things and I like to focus. So it's important for me to give my mind something to chew on that actually
Yes.
feels good.
Yes, yes, yes.
So I want to talk about the concept of masterminding, which I don't know if it has been addressed with you directly, but it's something that I've spent quite a bit of time focusing on.
Define.
Yes. So masterminding, in my definition, is 2 or more people coming together, physical beings typically,
Yes.
coming together with specific enough focus so that they amplify this focus with interacting with each other and tuning to the higher, whatever you want to call it. So tuning.
All right.
So
We would
common-
refer to that simply as synchronicity, because
Okay.
that's what automatically happens in synchronicity. The people that need to be with each other automatically find each other on whatever vibrational level they need to exist for each other, reflecting to each other whatever they need to reflect to magnify and amplify their opportunity to discover more and more of who they are for whatever kind of focus that needs to actually have. But that happens all automatically by giving over and surrendering to synchronicity.
Absolutely, that happens automatically. Oh, I found it very powerful to participate and facilitate groups where the intention is set by me.
Yes.
And then the people that resonate join, and there's already this commonality that's been created because it's been called together.
It doesn't really matter what technique you use.
Okay.
If it works for you, then it works for you. All these things are permission slips. You understand permission slips?
Yes.
Every tool, every technique, every ritual, every object is a permission slip.
And I appreciate you describing that there is no right permission slip, because it just opens up the world from these esoteric...
There is a right permission slip for you at that moment. If that's what works for you, that's what's right. Tomorrow, it may not be right.
Right. So then what I'm experiencing now is this greater level of, again, the word surrender, because permission slips in my life tend to change very, very quickly.
All right.
It requires a high level of awareness, and I'm pregnant.
Oh, all right. Congratulations.
Thank you. I've already had twins, and I had an amazing birth, and now I'm in this process again with one baby, and it just what I call places me on my knees. It's a greater level of surrender than I've ever imagined or thought I wanted, maybe, and it's beautiful.
Wait until the child is born.
Yeah, well, I know how that goes. So I'm curious about why pregnancy has this energy, if there is something particularly useful or important about this process.
Because remember that the child at this moment is not a child. You are enveloped by a larger being. You are in agreement with a larger being that knows exactly who you are. And thus, by surrendering to that process, you are allowing that being to tell you the true story of you. That's what pregnancy is. You are allowing that story to grow within you, to become a participant in a new story, a new perspective of you that the greater being who will become your child is actually telling you through this process about who you actually are, what your agreements are that you have made with each other. And by allowing that to come to term, you will then be living in that story if you have been paying attention to what you are being told during the pregnancy.
Yeah.
If you surrender to the wisdom of that being.
That's beautiful.
Yes, it is.
So this is more of a curiosity. Why is it that in our society, at this time anyway, only women are pregnant and bearing children?
Why is it that way?
Yeah. Why not both genders?
Because it gave you an opportunity to experience certain things about polarity that go hand in hand with the Earth story. Whereas there are other stories in other civilizations where there are other kinds of genders and where others may experience the idea of birth in different ways. But this is the Earth story, and it has to do a lot with the idea of polarizing yourselves so strongly that it requires true commitment to balance yourselves and find the balance within each of you. Do you understand?
Yes, that holds a great deal of meaning for me.
Now, there is more to it than that, which we will go into at a later time. But for now, that's the simple answer.
So now I want to tie the two questions together.
Yes.
So this beautiful experience that I feel like I'm embracing at a deeper and deeper sense of being enveloped, like you said, with a being and a new story.
Yes.
How else can I have it in my life? And one way that I found is masterminding, but what other permission slips or ways that we could have in our lives where we experience?
Well, as we have said, as far as we know from our own experience, there is only one necessary formula. Acting at every moment on the thing that contains more excitement than anything else, to the best of your ability, taking it as far as you can until you can take it no further, with absolutely zero insistence or assumption as to what the outcome ought to be. Period. By following that formula, you open up the complete kit of excitement, which is the driving engine of your life, the organizing principle through synchronicity in your life, the path of least resistance, the path that connects to all other expressions of your excitement. It's the thing that supports you in any way you need to be supported. It is the reflective mirror that reveals to you anything within your consciousness that may be out of alignment with the excitement so that you can identify it and let it go and add that energy to your excitement. And it absolutely leaves nothing relevant out. So when you act on the three-part formula, then the kit is activated and everything works automatically. And as far as we are concerned, from that point forward, whatever situation or circumstance comes up, you have the opportunity to identify it either in a positive or a negative way. And therefore, it's all about, from that point forward, paying attention to your definitions and creating definitions that work for you instead of buying into definitions that don't. That's it. A to Z. That's all you need.
So what else are we doing here?
Good question.
Do you have anything else for me?
If I did, I would tell you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Greetings, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I was going to ask you if you could give me a tip on identifying negative beliefs. I seem to be having a...
All right, well, that's easily done. If you are having or are aware of the fact that you have a negative belief, then identifying it simply is the process of acknowledging it and actually amplifying it and asking the question, what am I absolutely terrified might happen if I actually became who I prefer to be? What's the answer?
What am I terrified of?
Yes, what are you afraid will happen if you allow yourself to move forward in the way that you would prefer to?
Well, see, that's why I don't understand. That's why I seem to be confused, because I know all the stuff.
No,
basically.
you don't, obviously.
Well, I know that it's...
You have an intellectual comprehension of it, but to know something means it's in your behavior.
Right.
Knowledge and behavior are synonymous. If I asked you to walk across the room, you wouldn't hesitate. You would just walk because you know how to do that. That's in your behavior. That's what you know you are capable of. If it's not in your behavior, you don't know it. You just have an intellectual comprehension of it.
Okay, so how can I instill
let's
that?
go back to the idea. I'll ask the question in a different way. Are you acting on your highest excitement every moment that you possibly can with zero insistence on a particular outcome? Yes or no?
Yes, except for when I'm not.
All right. You don't have to be clever about it, because obviously we wouldn't be having this conversation if the answer was yes all the time,
Right.
correct?
Right, well, that's what I'm saying.
Therefore, when I asked you if you were doing that, you could say not all the time.
Right.
And that's what we're addressing. Yes?
Yes.
So can you give us an example of a time when you're not?
When I'm not acting on my highest joy, when I'm fighting with somebody or...
Why are you
having
fighting?
Problems. That's the whole thing, is I don't even know. It seems
Oh,
like
come on.
It seems like I create problems.
Yes.
And then later I can't even figure out
What
why.
are you afraid of will happen? What are you afraid will happen? The moment that you start fighting, you're afraid of something. You're afraid you won't get something
Maybe
that you
losing
need.
somebody? Losing
Losing something? All right. Is that the fear?
Yeah, I think so, maybe.
All right. So why are you afraid you will lose something?
I don't know.
Yes, you do. Of course you do. What will happen if in your mind something is lost? And can you be more specific about what it is you're afraid of losing?
Well, I was just thinking of having a fight with my girlfriend
All
over
right.
the craziest, stupidest stuff.
Yes, but you understand that the reason it's, in your words, the craziest, stupidest stuff is because you're still focused on the surface. And you get triggered by simple things because there's a deeper issue, there's a deeper fear.
Right.
Many times when people on your planet fight, they're not actually fighting about the things they're fighting about. Those are just surface excuses to let people know that there is something deeper going on within you that you're afraid to look at. But when you are not afraid to look at it and bring it to the surface, then you can deal with the real issue. So what's the real issue? What are you really afraid of when suddenly you feel that you're triggered and that your response has to be that you're fighting? What are you really deeply afraid will happen?
Honestly, I don't know. That's why I'm coming to you, hoping you can get it out of me.
You do. All right. Well, we'll pull harder if you want us to.
Yeah. I mean, I'm here for, I want, real solutions. I'm not just beating around.
I understand. But it's not so much that you want solutions. What you need are processes.
Okay.
And again, the idea is you need honest self-investigation, first and foremost. You have to be willing to dig down deep and not be afraid to be afraid. That's the first step. It has to be okay that you're afraid. You can't gloss it over. You can't be in denial about it. You may have a negative belief system that actually generates extremely deep fear within you. And you have to dig down and find out what this is. You can't be afraid to be afraid. You can't be afraid to find it. But I will tell you a little secret.
Okay.
When people find that they have this so-called deep fear and they say, well, I just don't know what it is, it's generally because they have a belief, probably an unconscious belief, that if they actually did dig down and find out what it is, they're afraid that they might discover that it's actually true.
Right.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
That you'll discover something truly negative about yourself that is absolutely the truth. That you are either unworthy, undeserving, inconsequential. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And it is usually those issues that people on your planet avoid looking at because they are afraid that if they look at that, they will realize it is true. The secret is it can never be true. Ever. You can create the illusion and the experience that it's true, but it can never be true that you are unworthy. It can never be true that you are undeserving of joy. It can never, ever, ever be true that you don't belong. Never. It can never be true that you have nothing to give. It can never be true. Because if it was true, you wouldn't exist. Because creation doesn't make mistakes. Do you follow me so far?
Yes.
So, what's the difference? Let me ask the question this way. Maybe this will provide a little bit of illumination for you. You say there are times when you feel that you are capable of acting on your excitement and none of the fears are triggered. Yes?
Yes.
So the question is, what difference are you making between the times when that is true and the times that it's not? What difference are you making in the different circumstances? How are you defining this circumstance as so different from this one that you can experience joy here but fear here? What's your definitional difference in those circumstances? That's the question to ask yourself when you feel that, when you start to feel triggered. How am I defining this circumstance as being different than the one where I experience joy and I'm not reacting negatively to it? How am I seeing these things differently? That's what you need to explore. That's the process you need to go through to find out what your definition is that's generating the fear and generating the anger and triggering you to fight.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yes.
Now, you don't have to answer that right here and right now if you don't wish to, but you can. It's up to you.
Well, I think that maybe was the challenge, or what I was looking at as being a problem was not seeing it that way. I didn't actually ever look at it as the difference between when I was acting on my joy and when I wasn't, and looking at the difference. I was always just trying to figure out what negative belief do I have that is tripping me up.
But this is a way to find out what the negative belief is by making a comparative difference.
No,
because
like
obviously if you are experiencing your joy, you have a very different definition about your relationship to that circumstance than you have about your relationship to this circumstance. Yes?
Yes.
So if you can find out what the difference in your definition is, you will find the negative belief.
Okay.
Yes?
Yes. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Bashar.
Anything
Appreciate
else?
it. No, I think that's it.
All right, so go ahead and have fun. But the idea also is listen to how you speak. I'm not saying you have to walk on eggshells with your language, but very often you will find that your negative definitions will actually automatically come out in your speech.
Yeah.
Because when you say, I have a problem,
Right.
well, what can you do with a problem? Nothing. But if you say, well, I have an opportunity here, I have a challenge here, then you're back in charge. You can do something about that in a positive way, yes?
Yes.
So pay attention to the fact that you're automatically giving certain kinds of definitions to situations and circumstances and your relationship to them that don't necessarily serve you in the most positive way. So pay attention to how you're framing things and use the process of understanding the difference in your relationship to different situations. The negative belief will reveal itself if you're willing to hear the answer.
All right.
All right?
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hey. Okay.
And to you, good day.
Of course. Good evening. Okay. So, my question, you speak about allowing.
Yes.
I have a lot of passions, joy.
Speak up so that all may hear what you have to share.
That's a problem I have. Okay.
It's a what?
A problem. Yes.
It's a what?
No. It's an opportunity I have.
Thank
you. Okay.
You were paying attention to the last interaction, yes?
Yes, is correct. All right. So in relation to health, vitality.
Yes.
For myself, I struggle.
You what?
Yeah, it's a struggle.
All right.
Definitely. Absolutely.
If that's your honest experience.
Yeah.
All right.
Absolutely.
All right.
So I have fevers that will sometimes last an hour, sometimes a day, sometimes a few months.
Yes.
And they will come and go in waves. And
All right. So what are you not acting on that's representative of your excitement?
This is, I think my problem is that quite
You're
often.
what? Sorry, we're selectively deaf now.
It is.
Your challenge is?
It is a challenge, an absolute challenge, overbearing challenge at times.
Overbearing challenge.
Yes, this is true.
Very creative of you. I won't use the word problem. I'll turn it into an overbearing challenge. It doesn't matter what words you use. We can still feel the energy that you're calling a problem.
Feel it out, okay? And I often feel that.
Do you understand that as you expand your consciousness, the idea is that you are getting higher frequency energies starting to come through you, but if you don't flow them with your expression of creativity and excitement, then they build up within you. But at the same time, it may also simply be part of the process, I'll just put it this way, of burning out old ideas, opening up blockages within your channels. It may simply be part of the process of getting used to handling higher frequency energies, and it may be revealing to you how many different kinds of ideas you have that aren't necessarily in alignment with who you truly are.
Okay, so.
Yes?
I'm just trying to tie that all in. So if I have the dreams and the passions, but then if I wake up and I'm like, oh, it's one of those days where I don't feel well now, so I can't go do this, that, and yeah.
Does it only express itself as a fever?
It can be my stomach. I don't know if it's food or what the influences are, and nothing and no one are it's just.
All right. So again, we will ask the question. Are you afraid to move forward? Because you are afraid that something bad will happen?
I'm afraid not to.
But obviously not enough.
Apparently.
So, can you be honest enough to know what it is that you are afraid of in terms of moving forward? Do you simply have contradictory belief systems within you that are connected to things they don't need to be connected to, that says that if I do this, then this will happen? Do you want us to take another approach here?
Yeah.
To make it a little bit clearer?
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's choose something specific in your life.
Okay.
Is there something that you would love to be doing that you're not doing as fully as you would love to be doing it, or at all?
Absolutely. Travel.
And that would be what?
Traveling.
Traveling. Any particular places?
The world, cultures, people, places, nature, animals.
And you are not doing it because of what reasons?
Financially.
I see. That's usually number one for all of us.
Usually, right? I'm close, but not
However, you've heard us talk about the real definition of abundance, yes?
Yes, the ability to do what you want to do.
No. One more time. The ability
to do
what you need to do when you need to do it.
Yes.
Not what you want to do, what
Right.
you need to do.
Need. Okay.
So the idea is, if you understand that definition of abundance, then why would you be so focused on needing finances in order to live your dream? I'm not saying they can't come, but why make that the focus as if there's no other way it could happen? Why? Why make that assumption? Why limit the ways in which support and abundance could come to you to allow you the opportunity to live your dream? Why limit it by focusing on only one form of abundance and insisting that that must be the form or nothing else can happen? You're shutting the door to all the other forms in which abundance could come. Why?
I don't know why.
Sure you do.
I would love
Sure
to.
you do. Sure you do.
Consciously
Sure you do.
know why.
But you do. You
do.
have been raised to have a definition of abundance that's limited.
Right.
Period. It's as simple as that. Are you willing to believe that the definition of abundance can be as expanded as we're suggesting? Are you
Yes,
willing?
Absolutely.
Are you
Absolutely.
sure?
Absolutely.
Then when will you start traveling? When will you take some action in the direction? Whether it manifests or not is not the point. Whether it comes to fruition or not is not the point. The point is, when will you take whatever action you can take in your present circumstances that is in the direction of what you say is representative of your highest joy?
I feel like I've done that and ended up in debt.
That's because of your focus, though. Don't you understand? It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You have proved to yourself that your belief is correct.
Right.
But you have to completely abandon that belief in order to have a completely different experience. If you have a belief that finances is really the only way, and you make a move in the direction of your excitement, but still bring that belief with you, it's going to bring you into the circumstance that is the result of carrying that belief, which is, because it's so important to have finances, you will find yourself without them. Do you understand?
Yeah.
You are creating a kind of a ricochet effect, a reflective effect, a self-fulfilling prophecy effect by making that belief so important. And then by acting on it, but believing that if it doesn't go a certain way, you see, here's where the insistence comes in. Here's where the expectation comes in. Then you create exactly the opposite effect. Because it's showing you that you're carrying the wrong baggage. You're carrying the wrong belief. It doesn't work for you.
How do I begin actually shifting that though?
Well, again, you have to examine with real honesty whether or not you truly are willing to buy into the idea that abundance can come in many forms and that you will be supported however you need to be supported, and that may not always be through money. What if money is not the path of least resistance all the time? What if money slows down the process? Would you insist on it then? If someone came along and said, I'm going to give you a free trip around the world, would you say, no, I've got to get the money first?
Absolutely not.
But that's what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
You just said, no, I would never say that. But that's what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
You follow me?
Mm-hmm.
When you actually understand what you're doing by insisting on the money, then you understand that that's actually what you're telling the universe. No free trips, please. No other form of abundance, please. Gotta
Right.
have this first.
Okay.
You understand? That's what you're actually saying. So, is that what you prefer to say?
No.
All right. Are you sure?
Yeah.
All right. So, are you willing to believe? Are you willing to know that you, yes, little you, is worthy of all the total unconditional support the universe has to offer? Are you willing to believe you deserve that?
Willing? Yes.
Do you believe that you deserve it?
I'll have to work on that.
Thank you for your honesty.
Yeah.
What is preventing you from believing that you deserve what the universe is giving you all the time anyway? Because understand, it's actually supporting you all the time. It's just that you're telling it to support you in a negative belief. So it says, okay, I will reinforce the negative belief that you're choosing to buy into, that you don't deserve abundance in this way. I'll support you. That's the paradox. The very fact that your reality is supported in the negative is proof that you're being supported. So why not be supported in the positive?
Right.
Why not? It's the same mechanism, but you're the one with your belief system that is insisting that the way you will be supported is not the way you prefer to be supported. Yet you're insisting on it by holding on to beliefs, and those are the only things the universe has to work with.
Mm-hmm.
You're the one deciding the filter through which it reaches you. It supports you. I want you to support me through this negative belief rather than this positive one. That's what you're saying. Doesn't make sense, does it?
Mm-mm.
So is that something that you believe you can change within yourself?
Yeah.
Because there's nothing really special or more special, or shall we say more likely about the negative belief than there is about the positive one. Is there? Or do you have a belief that there is?
No, I don't.
Because you see, that is one of the tools that the negative belief uses to trick you into remaining with the negative belief. It will attempt to convince you that there is more difficulty in buying into a positive belief than remaining with the negative one that you're already familiar with. Don't you like it here? It's nice and comfy. I know it's not exactly what you prefer, but you know, you're used to it. And, oh, it's a big scary world out there, and who knows what'll happen, so why not just stay here with us?
So, in relation to the health aspect, though, because it's like what comes first, the chicken or the egg? Because when you're in a
The
state,
energy comes first. Your physical health is always representative of your energy state over time.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea is that when you allow yourself to stop blocking the energy, you will probably not experience the fevers in the same way because you will have allowed the energy to flow through you instead of blocking up within you and building up heat.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
So flow. Go with the flow. Go with your flow. Follow the current by relaxing in the stream. If you're actually relaxing and surrendering to the flow of creation's stream, you don't have to swim. You just have to float.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't mean you don't take action. I'm not saying just be lazy. It's not what we're saying. But if you go with the current, it will guide you unerringly to where you need to be. And you don't have to insist on where that should be because you will be where you need to be. And it will be perfect for you at that moment and every moment.
Mm-hmm.
Let this sink in. At whatever rate you are comfortable, whatever pace you are comfortable, allowing it to sink in. But I guarantee that when you do, it will work for you just as easily as it works for you now in the negative. It will work for you in the positive just as easily.
Okay. Thank you.
Because creation doesn't discriminate between those. It doesn't discriminate between the polarities. Both are valid in the eyes of creation. So if you say, negative belief, yes sirree, creation says, okie dokie, I'll back you up. But when you say positive belief, absolutely ma'am, creation says, okie dokie, I'm on your team. Because it doesn't care what you choose, because everything is valid in the eyes of creation. You're the one that gets to decide. That's your power. Do you understand? That's how powerful you are, all of you. You get to decide. You get to make the choice. That's your power. Yes?
Yes. Yes.
Does that help you?
Yeah. I'll have
All
to
right.
re-listen to all this and
If you insist.
do the work, of course.
Then thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Andrew, you good day.
How are you?
Perfect, and you?
Great, thank you.
All right.
Glad to be here.
Speak up, speak up.
Okay. I have a question regarding Cyrus.
Regarding
Cyrus.
Cyrus? Do you mean Sirius or Osiris?
Cyrus. He's, well, I can call him by his Persian name, Kurosh.
You must identify this. It is not translating on our side. Remember that we're not speaking your language. We are simply sending thoughts that are being translated into your language, and whatever you say is translated back to us. But if it doesn't make sense within the vocabulary of the channel, then no definition comes through on our side. The channel is functioning like a translation device. So you need to provide a definition of something that is not within the channel's vocabulary for us to understand the concept.
Well, he's a person. He's an ancient empire, ruled an ancient empire in Persia back in Cyrus the Great.
All right,
Yeah.
Thank you. Now we understand.
Right.
And so what about that individual?
Is it appropriate to ask about him?
Well, let's find out.
Okay.
Maybe Cyrus will object. We don't know.
Okay. So that's my
What
question.
do you wish to know?
Well, I'd like to know more about him.
Well, why don't you do your research?
Well, I have done research.
All right, and so you feel that you have found everything that can be found?
No.
Well, then what are you asking us for?
Well, I'd like to find out about his message and what is his message and how can we expand on his message.
What message do you imagine he has?
Well, are you familiar with him? Let me ask that.
Again, not in the way that you are, no. So what message do you imagine he has? And then we may understand the direction that you're going in.
Well, he was the first person that I guess brought the human rights and wrote the human rights.
That is not true.
No?
No.
Do you know more about him?
There were many civilizations on your planet that brought up the idea of human rights. One of the first being the Atlantean civilization, many thousands of years ago.
Okay. So that's, I guess, my question. That's the one that I know. I mean, that's my question. That's why I got up to ask.
Yes.
And
so have we answered it?
Well,
what else would you like to discuss about this, or where would you like to take this subject?
I'd like to know more about Cyrus, where he is, what is his message.
Where he is, he's in spirit.
Okay.
And therefore he's not Cyrus anymore. He's more than Cyrus. Cyrus plus.
Okay. Is it possible to speak with him?
Not directly at this time, but we can transmit the idea that if you are recognizing the notion of the concept of human rights, obviously that is of paramount importance on your planet at this time, and therefore his energy may be associated in guiding those who are dealing with that issue now.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Quite. I guess can you expand on that, please?
Understand that when people are in spirit, they can see farther. They can see the ideas beyond time and space. You follow me?
Correct, yes.
So the idea is that because that might be a concern from life, he may be acting in a sense as a guide to guide those who are also dealing with those human rights issues now on your planet at this time. Therefore, lending his energy, lending his guidance to help steer those along the path of allowing there to be more equality and more human rights on your planet where they are lacking.
And what are the ways to access that energy?
You are accessing it now just by asking about it. How do you want to apply it in your life?
Well, I don't know. I guess that's what I'm asking.
You don't know?
How do I apply it, or how do I apply it?
Yes, how do you apply it? In other words, the idea is you obviously feel that there is a connection between you and that energy, that individual, that consciousness.
Correct.
When you experience the idea of having that connection, don't you feel a certain energy state?
Absolutely.
So come from that energy state in doing the things on your planet that are representative of acting on your excitement, and you'll be applying your connection, your relationship to that energy in the appropriate way. So what is it you would like to do on your planet that is representative of your excitement? Are you excited about being involved in the concept of human rights?
I'm drawn to it, I guess.
You're drawn to it, you guess?
that I'm beginning to feel that there is a connection there.
Well, then what do you want to do about it? That's the question. That would be the question from him as well. If you are connecting to the energy of someone who is focused on the issue of human rights, then it's up to you to decide how you wish to express that connection in your time frame, in your reality. What do you want to do? How do you want to get involved in that issue? What excites you?
I guess probably the first is to learn more about him and his message. And
you don't need to.
No?
You're missing the point. You will learn what you need to learn by actually getting involved, by taking action. Then information will be presented to you. But if you're not doing anything about it, what do you need more information for? You're not doing anything with it. When you are doing something with the information you already have, more information will be given to you.
Clear.
Guides don't act pointlessly. They don't dispense more guidance and information if you haven't already used what you've already been given. So if you take action in the direction of what it is you feel you are being directed to take action in, that is what you are excited about doing, you will be given whatever further information and additional information you need to be given, either from that source or other sources, wherever it is relevant for you to be able to continue to take those kinds of actions. But you have to move in order to demonstrate that you are ready for more information. You can't just sit and gather information. It doesn't really do anything until you start using it and applying it in your reality. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So does that help?
Yes.
Will that do? Or is there something else?
I'd like to know more about my role in that.
I just told you. Were you not paying attention?
No, I heard what you said.
Well, then what more do you need to know? Do you have something in your own imagination for how you would like to go about becoming involved in the things that excite you, either about human rights or other things? Do you have any idea yourself about how you would like to go about doing those things?
I don't know where to begin.
Oh, nonsense. What you don't understand, then, is that all excitement is connected to all other excitement. You are here. This evening of your time, we assume, because there is something about being here that contained more excitement than any other choice at the time. Yes?
Yes.
So when this event is over, you will have other options available to you. You can go home, you can have a meal, you can read a book, you can call a friend. Look at all the options that are available to you when you are finished with this one. Just act on the one that contains more excitement than any other. And just keep doing that over and over and over again, as much as you possibly can. Your excitement will then grow. The opportunities will become more obvious to you as to how you can get involved in things that are also representative of your excitement. Do not go by how things look on the surface. One thing that excites you may look like it has absolutely nothing at all to do with something else that could excite you. But if this excites you more than anything else, it is connected to everything else that will excite you that you may not have an ability to do anything about right now. But if you act on the thing you do have the ability to do something about, it will lead you and give you the abilities to act on everything else that is also representative of your excitement. It's all interconnected. It's all interlaced. That's all it takes. And you will be shown through the opportunities that come to you synchronistically where you can next act on your highest excitement in the direction that serves everyone the best, including you. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So, you have what you need now to move forward?
What I hear is to follow my excitement. That's what I heard what you said.
Follow your excitement to the best of your ability, taking it as far as you can until you can take it no further, with absolutely no insistence or expectation or assumption as to where you'll wind up or whether that thing you acted on should come to fruition. None. Let it show you where you need to go. Let it lead you where you need to be led. Let it work for you automatically. What's that called? Allowance. You follow me?
Yes.
It will show you who you are. It will show you what you need to act on. It won't always tell you why you need to act on it, but ultimately you'll find out. You don't have to know right now. Just act on the thing that excites you the most, that you have the ability to act on, with absolutely zero insistence on what you think the outcome ought to be. And it will start flowing. It will start expanding. That's how it works. Does that help?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
And to you, good day.
Yes.
What would you like to discuss?
I have
Just
a,
making sure you're all awake.
I have a question relating to
Speak
life.
up, speak up.
Oh, I have a question relating to life in
Life.
general.
Yes, life.
Yes.
What about it?
Right now, I'm at a critical point in my life where I have several opportunities.
Which one excites you the most?
I don't know because
Yes,
all of
you
them
do.
are very exciting, but I don't know which direction to go.
Are you saying that they all appear equally exciting? Is that what you're saying?
I'm afraid that if
Answer my question, please. Are you saying that they all appear equally exciting?
yes,
Exactly?
yes,
Do you have exactly the same ability to act on every single one of them?
I know what I want and I know
Answer the question. Do you have equal ability to act on all of them?
no.
Which ones contain more ability to be acted on? Does that narrow the number down a bit? How many things are we talking about? 5, 10,
3 or 4.
3 or 4? All right. So you said they all seem to be equally exciting. Is that what you said?
Yes,
But you said they don't all appear to have the same ability to be acted upon. Is that correct?
yes.
So does that narrow the number down from 4 to some other number? Which ones are exciting equally that have the same ability to be acted on? How many is that? 2?
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah, but the thing
You're getting ahead.
No, the thing is that I came here to live my American dream. And I
And
know
I'm
what I
helping
want.
you, but you're not listening. Do you want to live the American dream?
Yes.
Then
But I
listen
don't
to the
have time.
dreamer.
But I don't have time. I don't know how to explain.
You don't have time.
Yes, because of visa. So I have to make
So
a
what you're
decision
saying
very fast.
is-
I
what
want
you're
to live
saying-
my American dream, but I don't know. I have these 2 opportunities, but I don't know if he will
Are
help
you
me
going
to
to
stay
allow us-
here.
Are you going to allow us to help you or not?
Yes.
Then are you paying attention or not?
I'm
Or are you going
paying
to
attention.
insist on continuing to speak about what you think you need to speak about?
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
All right. Relax. We're attempting to help you. Yes?
Yes.
All right. Do you trust your life or don't you?
I'm afraid.
You are afraid of what?
Coming back to my country.
Because?
Because I don't want.
Because? What?
I don't want
You don't want what?
to come back to my country.
Because why? What will happen if you do?
Because I want a better life.
Because you say you will not have the life that you prefer. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
All right. So, are you ready to pay attention?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Can you relax a moment? Take a deep breath. Relax. Breathe in. Come on. Breathe. Breathe, breathe, breathe. Come on. Breathe in, breathe out. All right. Now, are you ready to continue? Can you answer some questions? All right. Thank you. Now, you just said that there are 2 opportunities left that have equal ability to be acted on, and you don't know which one to choose, yes?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you said, yes?
Yes.
All right. So, if it's true that they are both equally exciting, and it's true that you have equal ability to act on either of them, then here is what you do. Do you have a coin?
No.
Somebody give her a coin.
No.
Somebody give her a coin. Do you have the coin?
Yes, I have.
All right. So, label one of them opportunity A, label the other opportunity B. Yes?
Okay.
Flip the coin. Heads is A, tails is B. Flip the coin.
Like that?
Did you do it?
On the floor?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
What did it come up, heads or tails? A or B?
B.
Now, are you okay taking that one? Or did the realization that it came up B make you feel like, oh, I really would rather have taken A?
No.
Are you willing to take?
Yes.
Are you willing to trust the coin?
Yes.
Are you willing to trust your synchronicity?
Yes.
All right, so take B, and if B is not really the path that you need to take, something will immediately show you that you need to take A. That's how it works. You follow me?
Okay.
Does that help you?
Mm-hmm.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, you answer my question.
Can you relax?
Yes.
Thank you. Welcome to America.
Thank you.
Hi, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
This is awesome. I just want to acknowledge and appreciate this moment.
All right, please do.
I want to ask you about a friend that I made.
A friend that you made out of clay? Out of spare parts? Your name isn't Frankenstein, is it?
All right. Cool.
Yes, so you made a friend.
Yeah.
All right, congratulations.
Thanks.
And what about this friend?
Well, he's actually from a different planet.
Are you sure?
Well, he didn't appear human, but he was humanoid.
Didn't appear human. What does that mean?
Well, he looked like an extraterrestrial being.
How so?
He was a short guy, maybe 4 foot or 3,
Yeah.
3 or 4.
And where did you meet?
I met in my favorite city in the world.
Which is?
Santa Cruz, California.
All right. And how did the meeting happen?
I happened upon him. I don't think he was expecting me.
Are you sure he's from another planet?
What's that?
Are you sure he's from another planet? If he wasn't expecting you?
Yes.
Why? Just because of his features? Did he tell you that he was?
No.
From another planet?
No.
All right. What did he actually say? How did he actually identify himself?
He froze like a statue.
And then what?
I didn't realize that he was a living being like I am. I thought he was a statue for years.
For years?
Yes.
Can you explain that?
About 18 years later, I just had this realization that wasn't actually a real being. And
did you see him moving at all to begin with?
I thought I did. Yeah, it's possible I did. Yeah.
But you're not sure?
I wasn't sure at the time, but I am sure today.
You're sure you saw him moving and then he stopped moving? Is that what you're saying?
Subtly, yes. Yeah.
All right, and you have been carrying this particular image and imprint and memory, as you say, for 18 years?
Yes.
All right.
A few years. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yes.
Oh, I realized this a few years ago, yes. So
a few years ago?
Yeah.
Not 18 years ago?
No.
How many?
Did I have this realization?
That you had the encounter.
Oh, no. Okay, I had this encounter in the early 90s.
Oh, all right, but you had this realization recently, you're saying, within the last few years.
Correct.
What brought about that realization? Was something happening?
I was on a bike ride.
And? It just what, suddenly hit you?
Yes.
Out of the blue.
Like a ton of, yeah, out of the blue.
Oh, all right. And what makes you say that this being is your friend? What has happened to give you that impression?
A friend told me.
A friend told you that this being was your friend?
Yes.
A human friend told you?
A spirit friend.
A spirit friend.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And so what do you want to do with this experience?
Oh, I'd like to continue with this gentleman if possible, and I'd like to put that out there.
You want an interaction more consciously?
Yes.
More, as you say, in your face?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes. I welcome him with open arms.
Anything else is open? Just the
Open
arm?
heart.
Thank you. And anything else?
Open mind.
All right.
All right. Thanks for the help, everyone.
All right. One moment. Do you have special plans over the next few days?
I'll be on the beach. That's a special. Is it like an unusual plan or special plan? Yeah, it's always special to be on the beach. I'll be on the beach.
Is that unusual for you?
No.
All right.
Quite common.
All right. You will be there for how long?
I will be there. I live on the beach, so I'll be there
all right.
every day.
So you have no other plans over the next few days? Say 3 days.
I'll be riding my bike. I'll be on the beach. I'll be swimming. I'll be playing music. I'll be open to all opportunities.
All right. Are you sure that no one has asked you to do something different recently? Nothing coming up where you're going to be doing something different than you would normally do? Or have you not been asked yet?
I don't remember. I don't recall being asked. A neighbor asked if I could watch her cat for a while, but I don't know if you're referring to that.
What is the cat's name?
I'm not sure. I don't know the cat.
I'm not sure. Unusual name. So, watching the cat will entail that you will be in someone else's house?
Correct.
So that's a little unusual, yes?
That's unusual. I wasn't going to be available for that, but I could.
But you are now?
If the invitation is still available to watch the cat, I am available for that now. Yes.
Why don't you find out if the invitation is still available?
I will.
How much time will you need to spend in the house with the cat? Will you be able to come and go, or do you need to actually stay there with the cat?
I can come and go, as far as I know.
Have you met this cat before?
I have not. Okay.
What are you all laughing at? This is a normal conversation. If you find yourself in the unusual for you position of being in the house with the cat, then allow yourself to be open to receive a further communication from your friend. Pay attention to the cat. All right?
All right.
Because the cat can give you some insight as to when and how this may be occurring. And when you go to sleep at night, ask the cat to assist you in seeing whatever it is you may be ready to see. All right?
All right. Mm-hmm.
Does this help you?
Yes, Bashar.
Then pleasant dreams.
Okay.
Good day.
Good day, Bashar.
We know this may have seemed a little roundabout, but cats move in mysterious ways.
Good day, Bashar! Hi.
Hi.
I was afraid if I yelled too loud, it might get feedback, so I held back a little, but I wanted to say it even louder.
I'll still give you feedback.
Okay. I love the AAA, so.
Oh, all right.
Can we acknowledge this moment? I want to acknowledge
Absolutely.
all of you for being here and sharing this moment with me.
And deep appreciation.
And deep appreciation. I also want to acknowledge the special people that I came with today. And also a friend that's on Ustream, Emily. Hi, Emily. And just really...
Are you accepting an award?
I'm just really appreciating this moment and acknowledging it. And I'm hoping this will...
I want to thank the Academy.
I feel like
and
I'm
all
one.
the people who made this possible. You know who you are. While they're sitting at home going... Does she mean me?
Sure.
Oh, all right. Just having some fun with you.
Yeah, I love having fun with you.
And so what would you like to discuss?
So I want to discuss surrender because I had a really synchronous event today with my Tesla.
Oh, all right.
It has autopilot capabilities, so it can
Yes.
drive itself.
Yes.
Today was the first time I did the parallel park.
Yes.
And so it was pretty amazing. But
All right, if you
also-
say so.
It was. But when I surrendered, it was kind of like it did better than I could. With the wheel, it just spun it so fast, and it went into the spot so well.
All right.
And I'm really good at parallel parking, and I thought, wow, this is so good to surrender and trust and just kind of sit back and allow it to happen.
All right.
And so that was so good when you brought that up today. I
Well,
love
you
that.
see, even your technology is starting to reflect this idea back to you.
I love it.
Because the things that happen in your society, the changes that happen in your technology and in other aspects of your society are reflections of changes that are happening in your consciousness. So you will never see those kinds of things in your physical reality until they happen in your consciousness. And then you will start to see all sorts of reflections and symbols and representations of these changes that have already occurred in your consciousness.
So exciting.
Yes, it is.
And so I just wanted to bring that up because I feel like the more that we surrender and trust, that we get to have those experiences more and more. And more.
Absolutely, that's how it works. Because those are the experiences that are automatically relevant for your life, for your joy, for your excitement, for your ecstasy. They are reflective of who you truly are. Most of you have absolutely no idea how powerful and beautiful you are. But we are doing our best to remind you.
Thank you so much.
You are so welcome.
Okay, the next question I have, I'd love to have some clarity on the path of least resistance and our highest excitement.
Some clarity on it, so
Yeah.
you don't know what
I
any of
think
your excitement is?
I think, no, I do, but what I guess I'd like to give a little reference because sometimes when you say it feels like your path of least resistance.
Your excitement will always be the path of least resistance.
And
it can't be other because that's one of the tools of excitement. If you have a definition of excitement that says you're not on the path of least resistance, then you don't have a definition of excitement. You have another kind of definition.
Thank you.
Does that help?
It helps, but I think there was a circumstance where you would say, this feels like my highest excitement, but maybe this feels like my path of least resistance. What's a tool or a process that you could...
Well, remember that one of the jobs, one of the tools of excitement is to bring up things that are not representative of your excitement. But that's part of the excitement. Because bringing them up brings them to your attention so you can do something about letting them go and add the energy to your excitement. That's why it's exciting for your excitement to bring your attention to things that aren't your excitement. That's part of the path of least resistance. It's helping you let go of things that are creating resistance by bringing them to your attention. Because if they just remain in your unconscious mind, then you can't do anything about them. You don't know they're there. You just keep feeling the resistance. You keep feeling the so-called blocks, and you don't understand what's happening. So when your excitement brings one of these belief systems that is out of alignment with you to your attention, then that gives you the ability to do something about letting it go. And that's exciting. And therefore, it's still part of the path of least resistance. To experience momentary resistance and let it go is part of the path of least resistance. That's how you make these meta definitions. You have to include a holistic definition over every experience that you're experiencing, even if it contains things that are not representative of your preference. It's got to be part of your preference to experience that momentarily so you can let it go. And when you make it part of the meta definition, then you will deal with it in as quick a way as you possibly can. It won't linger because you're willing to deal with it. You're willing to let it go. You're willing to work with what's there. It's only when you resist working with what is brought to your attention that things linger, that things take longer, that things slow down. You put on the brakes. No, 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 I don't want to look at that. No, 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 that can't be part of my life. I thought I was beyond this. Nonsense. If it's there, you're not beyond it yet.
Right.
You need to deal with it. You need to know what it is. You need to identify it. You need to let it go. And that's when you're beyond it. Do you understand?
That was beautiful. Thank you.
Does that help?
That was so helpful. One last thing that I'd like to discuss, the subject of parenting.
Yes.
And I feel like there's probably a negative belief that a lot of people have that they can't really follow their highest excitement and joy sometimes when it comes to being...
Yes, and that's nonsense.
Right. So can you help kind of clean that up for us a little bit?
Well, now, of course, we may have to take that on a case-by-case basis because everyone approaches this somewhat differently with their different set of belief systems, yes?
Okay.
But in general,
okay, good.
The idea is you must rely on your own childlike imagination in order to actually raise a child correctly. You have to be the magician. You have to be the one that has the imagination to create scenarios and interactions with the child that allow the child to safely, in a safe environment, understand the consequences of every choice that they make, so that they will learn to be self-empowered, to teach them that they are as powerful as they need to be and are in order to get anything they need in life without having to hurt themselves or anyone else in order to get it. You have to adapt anything you believe that they need to learn in life to their excitement rather than attempting to shove their excitement into a box in order to learn something. You need to provide these interactive environments so they understand how to relate to reality and how to connect to source, that they are connected and never are disconnected. You have to allow them to find their power through your guidance by having the imagination and the skill to provide these things for them. But that's exciting. That's an exciting adventure to do that. And it also teaches you things as a parent, as a teacher, about being on that level yourself. Yes?
Yes.
Does this help?
That's so helpful. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
Have a good day.
Oh, always.
Hey, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I'm really happy we get to hang out.
Yes.
Yes. So, last week in meditation class,
Yes.
I was meditating and...
That's a good thing to do in meditation class, yeah?
Yes.
All right.
Yes. I was doing what I was supposed to be doing. And I felt a presence.
Yes.
And it felt like a homecoming.
Yes, often it will.
Yes.
Because you're also not necessarily just interacting with someone else, you're interacting with more of yourself, too.
That's what it felt like.
I know. That's why I said that.
You're so smart, Bashar.
All of you are smart.
And I heard a voice that said, "We are the Council of Nine."
Oh, all right. So that's what you're tapping into as your archetypal representation and reflection for you to be able to use that state of being that you feel when you make that connection to act from in your life. That's your true state of being. You're being shown your true state of being.
Oh, wow.
That vibrational level. That's the archetypal symbolic representation. And when you remember, anytime you remember that connection, that experience, you're in that state of being, even if it feels different than it did before. You understand?
Yes.
So come from that state of being.
And not have to need it to feel the same.
Exactly.
Right.
Because you are never the same. So why should it feel the same all the time?
Right.
Yes?
It's ever changing, evolving.
Absolutely.
So it had come to me through a friend that they're connected with Saturn.
Yes.
And I'm wondering if they're also connected with the archetype of the Titans.
Well, yes, because they are connected energetically to what
The
we
moon.
spoke of last night.
Right.
Titan is where one of the artifacts are.
Right. So that they can assist me in connecting with that artifact
can.
too. Yeah. Awesome. And then I wanted to tell you about a dream I had.
Yes.
So I was in a body of water in a little boat, and underneath me were many baby orcas.
All right.
And so orcas always make me happy.
Oh, all right.
And so the baby orcas started jumping in one by one and snuggling with me.
Yes.
And at the end of the dream, and it was just a beautiful interaction.
Yes.
And at the end of the dream, a baby albino whale, a humpback whale, came in.
Yes.
So I was wondering.
What does that mean? Is that what you're asking?
Well, I mean, I know it's my dream.
I know.
Yeah.
But I know what it means.
Tell me.
I thought you might want
Yes.
me to do so.
Thank you. Thank you.
You are making a friend of polarity. And because you are willing to balance the dark and the light, represented by the orcas, yes, and this is your serious connection also, yes? Because you are willing to use that energy to balance the dark and the light polarity, you will experience, as represented by the albino whale, the idea of the light while not invalidating the dark. Yes?
Yes, that's so beautiful.
Yes, it is.
I also felt my hybrid kids involved as well in that dream.
To some degree, yes.
Okay, but not so much.
Well, yes, to the degree they needed to be.
How are they doing?
Fine. How are you?
I'm really good lately, yeah.
Are you having a whale of a good time?
I'm having a whale of a good time.
Oh,
absolutely. I'm happy to be here on the planet most of the time. So I'm really
Most of the time?
Most of the time.
Not all the time?
Not. I mean.
When are you not happy to be on the planet? Come on.
I guess.
Do you have to guess?
No.
When are you not happy being on the planet?
When I think maybe that my desires are not manifesting fast enough. Yeah.
Not fast and...
Not fast enough.
What's your rush?
I know.
What's your hurry? You're an eternal being. Now is now.
I'm starting to realize that.
All
yeah.
along. Not fast enough. Do you understand? If it went any faster, you wouldn't be able to keep up.
Oh, wow. That makes me feel better.
All right. Glad I could help.
Yeah. I am so happy to be interacting with you right now. I mean, it's just...
Then any time on the planet you feel unhappy to be there, just remember how happy you are right now. And it'll bring you back to the present, yes?
Yes.
All right. Does that help you?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bashar. Thank you.
Good day, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Good evening, everybody. One thing I like to share is growing up, I've figured out that life is only up to what our interpretation is allowed to be.
Yes.
And with one of the questions I was asked earlier about pregnancy.
Yes.
Here gets where it gets a little weird, guys.
Weird is good.
Yes, I love weird. Here we go. So, ever since when I was young, I've actually contemplated upon that, what it would be like to be pregnant as a male.
Yes.
Because I somehow, some way knew the connection a mother has with the child, inside the womb. Because any stimulation stimulates, any stimuli stimulates the child.
Yes.
So I was wondering, what's the closest thing? Last thing, because of that, you mentioned that for a woman, that's basically an agreement with a higher being.
Well, it's an agreement for the father as well.
Okay, and I was just wondering...
It's not like you're left out.
Yeah, of course.
You can carry the child in a different way. You can carry the energy of the child. You can carry the template the legacy, in a sense, in certain ways, for the agreement, provide the path, in a way, for the child to come in certain ways, to teach them certain things. You carry the child as well, just energetically, not physically. You have, all of you, the males, have a part in this.
Yeah.
So you can be pregnant too.
I feel it.
All right.
All right.
And, well, we'll put it this way. If the males during a female pregnancy are not feeling pregnant, then they're not feeling like they're connected or that they belong. Both of you should actually, in certain ways, though it will feel different, feel pregnant.
Yes.
You understand? Because both of you are.
Yes. Okay. And ever since I was a child, I was raised by a woman.
Yes.
I've been very in touch with my feminine side.
Yes.
And I know this may sound odd, but
why must it sound odd?
I'm just wondering, it's not fair that women go through what they go through as far as like the menstrual cycle and all that stuff. So I was wondering, there has to be an equivalent to a man. What maybe say, for instance, what the period to a woman is. There has to be something.
Well, the woman doesn't necessarily have to go through that in the way that they have. There are many factors here that would require a much longer conversation. Some of this has to do with ancient genetics, but these things can be changed. Some of these things do not have to be experienced the way they have been. Part of that has more to do with ancient belief systems that allow for certain kinds of suppression and oppression to still carry resonant waves or reflections or echoes within the female component of your society that don't need to be there. So, but this requires a much deeper conversation for another time.
Understandable.
Now, in the meantime, if you know that there is a female having some difficulty with those cycles, you can perhaps, in a variety of ways, help to alleviate this, both with herbology or with energetic manipulation or so forth, other things. You can use your intuition and participate in this to alleviate any need within the belief system for suffering of any kind. Yes?
Yes. Beautiful.
Sometimes the Chinese herb dong quai can be of assistance with this. All right?
Definitely.
Anything else?
Yes. I'm surrounded by blue right now, and one thing came to mind. I've been attracted to blue jays all my life, and just recently, after several downloads of following my highest excitement, and got many downloads from nature.
Yes.
I was finally able to connect with one, and it actually came to my hand several times.
Oh, how exciting.
I was wondering, what can that signify in this time frame?
What can it signify?
Yeah, why did it
Didn't you
finally
just
come
say
to
what
me?
it signified? It signifies a stronger connection to nature, to your nature, which is nature, real nature, an understanding that you are nature.
Yes.
So, allowing yourselves to know you are part of nature will allow you to commune with nature more readily and get the reflection of that, because then nature and all aspects of it will recognize you by you recognizing yourself as being a part of nature and not thinking of yourselves as being outside of it or at war with it. You are nature. Yes?
Yes.
So your true nature will allow nature to recognize you and give you a reflection of it. Yes?
Makes beautiful sense, yes.
All right, well,
Nice and clear.
Then thank you very much.
Thank you, Bashar.
How's it going, Bashar?
And to you, good day.
Absolutely. I would also like to acknowledge my friends back there. I think two of us got tickets today. It's pretty cool.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, we've been on a wild ride.
Is there any other kind?
I love roller coasters, so
All
it's so
right.
appropriate. Yeah, I've just been having a great time, and I almost feel like I've been having too much fun. I feel like I feel like I have responsibilities to go back to.
Well, wait a minute. You're suggesting that responsibilities aren't fun. What's that definition about?
Yeah.
Well, why do you have that definition? Since when are responsibilities not fun?
It's a different type of fun.
Yes, it is.
I'd just be doing different things, but still having fun.
All right.
Yeah.
Remember, responsibility is simply the ability to respond.
Right.
That's all.
Right. I guess with the fun I've been having,
yes,
and just I feel like I have a pretty innate sense to connect with people.
Yes.
Sometimes at a very deep level, it happens. Sometimes it can happen pretty fast.
All right, and so
and I enjoy that.
Yes.
I also do acro yoga, which is a form of acrobatics mixed with yoga.
All right.
It's a very physical, intimate.
And is that fun?
Oh, I love it.
Oh,
yeah,
all right.
Absolutely.
Thank
so
you.
I'm trying to tie some of these things.
I beg your pardon.
I'm trying to.
I beg your pardon.
I'm wanting to.
You are tying things together?
I'm tying things together, exactly.
Thank you.
And it feels really good. So with these things that I'm enjoying in my natural, innate senses, I'm wanting to derive an idea of how that could equate to an overall purpose, because I do feel like I have...
Do you understand what your purpose is in life? To be you as fully as you can. That's your purpose. That's it.
Right.
So is that enough of an umbrella to tie them together? Do you need another way of expressing the concept of purpose other than to be yourself as fully as you can? To be your true self? Is that enough of a purpose for you? I'm not saying you can't have different expressions of your purpose, but those are expressions of your purpose.
Right.
But your purpose is to be you as fully as you can. And the way you do that the best, I think you all know by now, acting on your highest excitement to the best of your ability with zero insistence on a particular outcome. That's how you allow yourself to fulfill your purpose of being you as fully as you can. Because you see, that's the whole point, is to allow creation to experience itself through you.
Right.
You understand? Now, attempting to not be yourself is still an experience that creation will value and appreciate and be able to use. Nevertheless, you are given the opportunity to simply be who you truly are and allow creation to experience itself through your eyes. So be yourself if you wish to be. Creation will be very happy with that.
Right. I guess I have a sense that it's
yes,
bigger than just...
Bigger than being yourself? Yeah. There is nothing bigger. Because yourself is greater than you know. It's just that most of yourself is invisible right now to you because of your focus in physical reality, that's all. But it is bigger. Right. Being yourself is bigger. And when you are more of yourself on this level, you will know more of yourself on all the other levels.
Right.
So you will see that it is bigger, and therefore...
So by participating fully in who I am and what I'm about...
To the best that you can on this level.
Right. And I actually derive more of who I am...
Yes.
Continuously.
Yes.
Constantly.
And that will never end.
It'll never end.
Ever.
Okay.
Ever. Because even when you perceive yourself from the level of all that is knows there's another all that is that it is a part of. It never ends.
Right.
Does this help?
Yeah. Okay. So I've been in LA, in the LA area for about a little over 2 weeks now.
Oh, all right.
And I think within the first couple of days, I had this experience with this really weird, what do you want to call it?
I don't know. What do you want to call it? And was it weirder than the experience you're having right now?
Wow. Yeah. You're pretty weird. So
Thank
that'd
you.
be a tough one. But it was like this hemp oil. And apparently you're supposed to take like a drop.
And you took?
Like a half of a syringe.
Oh, all right. And?
And it was easily the scariest and also the most.
You said you liked roller coasters.
I know. Wow.
Well,
it was a little
what did you
different.
learn from the teacher? What did you learn from that teacher?
Yeah.
What did you learn?
I learned that.
What did you learn about yourself?
I learned that I'm pretty amazing.
And did you say you had some fears?
Yeah.
And so you learned that, and what were they?
So I was afraid to like get onto an elevator and then go upstairs and get off the elevator.
Because?
I didn't want to be up high.
But you were. Very high.
Right. Maybe I didn't want to go higher.
All right.
I don't know.
That's all right. That's all right. What you taught yourself is that there is a pace to this.
Right.
And to allow yourself to live in the moment with it, not be impatient that you need to hurry up and be somewhere else.
Right.
Somewhere bigger than you are right now because you're already big. You just need to become more aware of the bigness. So the idea is just be where you are and live in the moment, and all the bigness will be revealed to you in perfect timing.
Right.
It won't come faster than you can handle.
Right.
And if you live in the moment, it won't come slower than you need it to.
Right.
Yes.
And that kind of dovetails into, I thought those were two separate questions. Wow, that was crazy.
Yes.
One of the cool things that happened, I'm so glad. Okay, first, Josh totally gave me his ticket, so that was amazing. Thank you. That was a great manifestation.
Thank you, Josh.
I love you, man. So while it was happening, like it was like everything was slowed down.
Yes.
And so like my hands, the fact that they were even like moving in time and space was like, whoa.
Yes, everything appeared to be slowed down because you were speeding up and matching the frequency of the reality. It's like having what you call a strobe light.
Right.
Yes?
Yes. That's exactly what it was
If you match the frequency, it looks like things are standing still or slowing down. So that means you're speeding up to match the frequency of the tick of the clock of your reality.
Right. And so
yes,
my hands, like it was like I could understand the physics of why they would run into each other and then they would bounce off.
Yes.
But they would maintain perfect proximity with where they last. I mean, they just like were on this, almost like they were tied to a string, and they were moving
they sort
perfectly.
of are.
Yeah. Oh.
The string of your consciousness. Because remember, the personality is a projection.
Right.
You're channeling your personality all the time. So you became aware of the fact that there are, for lack of a better term, energetic threads leading back to more of yourself that is projecting the personality.
Right. So it actually felt like I was driving my physical body.
Yes, you are.
Like it was like I was looking through my eyeballs.
I know what you're saying.
Okay. Just checking. Just making sure.
All right. Thank you for sharing your experience.
Absolutely. Thank
Please
you for
take it and
elaborating.
use it in your life in whatever way is representative of your highest excitement.
I will do.
All right. Well,
thank you for this time.
You are welcome.
All right. Bye.
Hello, Tadeo.
Nania.
You said that so quietly.
Nania. Better?
Yes, that's better.
Oh, all right.
Okay, so we have some questions from our Ustream listeners.
Yes.
Okay, and the first one is, how does allowance work with fear?
Well, again, you have to allow the fear to be a messenger, to give you information that it's attempting to tell you that you have a negative belief. You can't be afraid of the fear, as we said earlier. You have to recognize it, allow it to do its job. And therefore, once it delivers the information, what it's bringing your attention to, hey, knock, 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 you have this negative belief that is out of alignment, that you don't prefer. Once it brings your attention to that, you can say, thank you, fear. Thank you for bringing my attention to something I didn't know about within myself so that now I can deal with it, now that I can let it go. Thank you, fear. And as soon as you use fear that way and allow it to be what it is, allow it to do the job it was designed to do, it will not be felt as fear anymore. You will welcome it as a messenger that will alert you to anything within you that's out of alignment. And you will be excited about feeling it, and then it will turn into excitement. That's how you allow with fear.
What if the fear is like so overwhelming, like in phobias?
I already mentioned this because the idea, again, is that the stronger the fear, the closer you are to breaking free from the negative belief. Because the negative belief is going to use every possible trick it can to keep you anchored to the negative belief. So when you feel the greatest fear, that means the negative belief is doing its utmost to keep you there, which means it has to make you more and more and more afraid because it knows that you're right on the edge of breaking free. So the greatest fear indicates the threshold of freedom.
So I'm trying to compare that with the idea of phobias. Basically,
well, you still have to get in touch with the definition.
Because it seems like a lot of phobias have to do with physical things that exist within being a physical being.
They don't. All those things are symbols,
Well,
remember?
like people who who are afraid of heights.
People who are saying that they are afraid of heights are usually not actually afraid of heights. They are afraid of falling, which means it's a synonym for losing control. So they have to get in touch with the definitional belief to find out what's really going on and why they're experiencing it that way.
What about claustrophobia?
Well, you have a belief that you are trapped.
Well, that again is a very physical type of fear because
the
of the
belief
idea.
is not.
Because you couldn't be trapped if you were.
Oh, yes, you can.
When you're in spirit, can you?
No, but it's not about being in spirit. We understand that you experience this in physical reality, but what we're saying is the belief system is not physical. It's energetic. And the feeling comes from a belief that you are trapped existentially. And therefore you translate that into the physical reflection of a physical confined space to reflect to you what the actual existential belief is, that you are trapped energetically, spiritually in your mind. Make sense?
Yes, it was. I'm going to take that a step further
Oh,
because
all right.
some of the fear of being trapped is the idea that as a physical being, you can be trapped. So
No. That's the effect. Now, you may allow the effect to reinforce the belief, but the effect that it can happen in physical reality is a side effect of a belief that already exists that you are existentially trapped.
Okay, because that sounds so interesting that it's really an existential belief about, well, to me, it looks like about being physical and being in a physical body that you can't get out of.
That's just because you equate the experience with being a physical being, but nevertheless, the experience is generated from something that is not physical at all.
So it's really about being trapped by negative beliefs?
It's about feeling trapped because you're buying into negative beliefs. The negative belief will generate, using the idea of physical reality, a physical reflection to reinforce the non-physical existential belief. It will use physical reality to reflect it and reinforce it, making you think that it's all about the actual physical experience when the physical experience has nothing to do with it at all.
Oh, so the actual solution, like in one of the treatments that they have for any kind of phobia, was what's called desensitization, where you keep being put into the situation to varying degrees until you're not afraid of it anymore.
Well, that can be one particular technique or permission slip, but there are many others as well.
But what you're saying is that the existential belief.
Yes.
And clarify what
the non-physical energy that comes with the belief system.
The non-physical energy.
Yes. In other words, we have told you that your physical mind is composed of beliefs and emotions and thought patterns that equate into a behavior that equates to a personality, but we've told you that your personality is nothing but a projection. It's an illusion.
Okay.
So physical reality is not really physical.
It's an energy
It's an energy
experience.
pattern. It's an energy reflection. Therefore, the actual originally generated concept is not physical, but it's reflected in physical patterns, but it's just a reflection. It really has nothing to do with the physical patterns. It has to do with the fact of the origination in the energy system, which is represented by the belief, the energy that the belief is filtering the energy through.
Because like when I think of existential beliefs, it's like the idea of the angst, of
Yes.
being physical or,
Yes.
So it
But it's
sounds
all
so
existential.
esoteric. It
I
doesn't
know,
sound.
I know. But that's what physical reality is. It's an esoteric concept. Remember, you're just dreaming that you're physical. You aren't really. You are already all in spirit, just dreaming that you're having a physical reality.
Could it actually be just a fear of being physical to the point of that level of density could be appear frightening?
That can be a belief, yes.
So you actually have to be comfortable being physical.
Yes.
And the way to work with that is to go to the existential beliefs.
Go to your definitions about your relationship to physical reality. Or what you believe exists within physical reality that is reflective of the existential belief. Does that help?
That's very interesting.
All right.
We'll think about that some more.
Oh, all right. Think about it all you wish.
And then another question that came up is if a person is having an experience that is, hold on, let me find this.
Having an experience that's difficult to find?
Yes. When a deeply negative event happens, should we still apply the AAA formula?
Yes. And first and foremost, recognize that an event has happened. It's not automatically a deeply negative event. You may be perceiving it as a deeply negative event, but the event is not automatically or naturally or innately deeply negative. So the first thing is to realize how someone has defined it that way. And again, it brings you back to the realization that the event is just neutral. So by allowing the event to be okay to be there, you give yourself the time and the opportunity to recognize that if it appears to be deeply negative, it's only because you're defining it that way.
Okay, so like what just came to me when you were saying that was I was thinking of the individuals that have been willing to go places like Iraq and Afghanistan and the things they've seen.
Yes.
And
But those things are all being set up from negative belief systems to begin with. So what would you expect to find?
Well, I know a lot of the soldiers end up with PTSD because they just can't cope with what they've seen.
Because it's been set up from a negative belief system. Don't you understand?
Well,
they go in with a negative belief system that is reinforced by the reality they have attracted themselves to that is representative of the negative belief system. So they're just reinforcing a belief system that is already ingrained within them.
I mean, you're basically saying you would not experience war if you didn't have certain negative beliefs,
or if you went into those areas, you simply would not experience negativity. You would be interacting with the reality in a very different way, and you would be getting a very different experience.
But you've also said you can be in a high vibrational state and have negativity happening all around you, but it doesn't necessarily impact you.
That's what I just said.
So
that's what I just said. You can bring a completely different belief system into an area where others may be generating all sorts of negative experiences for themselves and not be negatively affected. You will have a different interaction.
Okay, so what you're basically saying is that if someone is going into a scenario like that, it would behoove them to go in with a different perception of what is negative and to, even if they encounter atrocity, that
there is always a way to turn that around into something positive if you're willing to use it that way. You can always learn something positive, and you can always act as an example of how things can be done in a more positive way.
it just shows how challenging physical reality is when you're saying this, because I can recognize how challenging that might be
It
for
may
a
be
lot
a
of
challenge,
people.
but that's the challenge of the day.
Right. Because
You are now at the end of the cycle of your limitation. Therefore, the greatest challenges happen now. As I said, negative belief systems will do the most fear-inducing things when you are on the threshold of breaking into freedom.
So these recent events that are happening on our planet
Are
that
bringing
are
everything out on the table in the most fear-inducing way to challenge you to recognize that, as you say, it is always darkest before the dawn, but you have to know the dawn is within you. And thus then light the light that breaks you free so that you can start relating to things in a different way and shifting to realities that don't reflect the negativity and the fear.
And so, these questions all seem to tie in, because this person's saying, oh, if all that is wants to experience itself in all ways that it possibly can,
yes,
doesn't that mean that many beings will have to go through negative experiences, suffering,
It
in
means
order
that
to enable
many
that?
aspects of all that is will experience that, but it doesn't mean you have to continue to do so.
Okay, because basically humans...
And besides, you've already experienced it. Been there, done that. Move on to something else.
So what you've given us then is the most fundamental key for recognizing that since we've come from a history of negativity
Yes.
and extreme suffering,
yes,
that these new tools can allow us to transcend the suffering,
Yes.
even as it continues to happen
Yes.
in our reality,
Yes.
even if it seems atrocious in
Yes.
our reality,
Yes.
that with the new tools,
Yes.
that's the way to
Yes,
transcend it.
because now is the time for you to be given these tools, because you're done with all of that. That's why the tools are being given. If you weren't done, we wouldn't be able to give you these tools. The fact that we can have these conversations, the fact that you can have a relationship with us, the fact that we are allowed to give you these tools by you, allowed by you to give you these tools from your collective agreements, means you're pretty much done. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here talking to you, because we don't do pointless things either. So there is a point to the fact that these conversations and exchanges exist. And the point is, you're pretty much done with the cycle of negativity, despite what you think is evidence to the contrary. Because the evidence to the contrary is just a signal that you're actually right at the threshold of breaking free. Now, we understand that in your space-time idea of reality, the threshold can actually take a few years to cross, but nevertheless, in terms of your entire history, that's a blink of an eye. You understand?
So in our history, when all those people were suffering,
Yes.
that was, at that time, they were not ready to have the information.
Well, it's not about not being ready in the classical sense. It's simply that they didn't have the realization that they could be ready to receive something else. That was simply not what the belief systems of the time would allow most people on your planet to understand. Some understood it, but the majority did not. So you have come to the place now where the majority has, at the very least, the opportunity to understand that you don't have to experience that anymore. But you can still make your own decisions if you want to continue to experience it. Nobody's going to stop you. But you have the opportunity to change your minds about that now. So, is it time for your holotope meditation?
How did you know that?
Oh, I don't know. Just a lucky guess, I suppose. You may all take a short break. We will resume this transmission for your holotope meditation. Or it'll say, let us continue with this transmission by allowing yourselves to become very relaxed. Let go of the day and take a deep breath. Deep, deep, deep. In and out. One more time. In, very deep, deep, deep. And out. And once again, deep breath in and hold it. And hold it, and hold it, and blow it out. Now, please just continue to breathe deeply and easily and gently as you allow your lights to dim and your music to rise. Allow your eyes to gaze to the center of the holotope. Allow the patterns of light to enter. And allow yourself to know that this moment, like every moment and every variation of every moment, is actually the same moment from another point of view. This is the now. It is always the now. It can never be any time but the now. And so allow yourselves, as you relax, as you let in the light, as you take in the patterns of the holotope, to see that central point as the now. And all the other patterns around it just as reflections of the same now moment from all the different perspectives that are possible within creation. But now is now, and all the reflections exist now, simultaneously. No matter when you may believe they exist in time in the past, no matter when you believe they may exist in time in the future, no matter where you believe they may exist in another space, no matter how far, no matter how near, everything is here, everything is now. Allow yourself in this moment, in this now, to acknowledge this now. Recognize it, acknowledge it, and simultaneously allow yourself the full opportunity to appreciate this moment of the now, of creation, of your life. This moment now is all there is, and all there ever shall be. For as we said, all what appears to be different nows are the same moment from another point of view. You are here, you will always be here. You are now, you will always be now. And every single thing you need in life is right here and right now with you. You may not see it. It may be invisible at the moment, in this particular version of now. But there is a version of now where it is fully manifested if it is reflective of your true vibration. Then it will manifest in the now to which it belongs. When you allow yourself to live fully in the now, all things that belong in the now to you will manifest in the specific now to which they belong, to the specific frequency that is representative of your ability to know more of who you are, that contains that manifestation, that idea, that experience of the now. Fully appreciate, fully appreciate, fully appreciate everything that is here and now, because it is all here, all of it. Everything you need in life is here, right now. And so appreciate yourself fully, right here and right now. As fully as you can, be in a state of gratitude. For that is truly what prayer is. A state of grace and gratitude for what is, not what will be, not what you want to be, but what is, because everything is here. So the more you are present in prayer, the more that it is an acknowledgement and an appreciation of what is already here, though it may be invisible, is what will accelerate and what will allow it to become visible in perfect timing. That is prayer. That is grace. That is beauty. That is now. Allow yourself again to acknowledge and appreciate and allow. For in that three-part formula, you will find everything, everyone, every when, and everywhere that you need to find in your life. For it is an expression of your excitement, and it will leave nothing relevant out. It cannot leave anything relevant out. It is designed to contain everything you need to live this life to the fullest, to live this life in joy, to live this life in the here and now. Be at peace with what happens in your life, no matter what may come up, no matter what situation may appear before you. It is part of your path and can be nothing but a part of your path, for you are the path, and you cannot be off yourself. Everything that occurs has a purpose and a reason for being. Acknowledge it, own it, recognize it, and appreciate it for why it's there. For even if what appears may take the form of something you don't prefer, it is still there for a reason. Find it, appreciate the reason it is there, and it will reveal that reason to you. It will reveal anything that appears to be its secrets to you. It will open like a book through appreciation and acknowledgement. And once that book is open to you, you can allow it to continue to flip to the next page and the next and the next and the next, knowing that every page is a part of the story, your story. The story you chose to explore in this life. Remember, you are not attempting to get somewhere. You are not attempting to be somewhere else. You are not attempting to finish a process. The process is the experience that you chose to have, that you call life itself. Life is process, is experience, and is the point, the whole point of why you chose to be here. To learn, to grow, to discover yourself from another point of view. Let go of all your negative assumptions. Let go and surrender to the control that already exists. For everything is an orchestration, and everything works flawlessly when you allow it to. Allowance is a power. It is not something that you settle for. It is a power. Live in that power of allowance. Live in that power to know that if you simply allow, once you acknowledge, once you appreciate, if you simply allow your life to unfold, it will always unfold perfectly, bringing you exactly what you need, exactly when you need it. For you are beauty itself. You are creation itself. You are perfection itself. Even though you may grow, and even though you may change, you are perfect right now as you are. You are the perfect version
of what you are right now. And when you acknowledge, with all the preferences and all the things you don't prefer, that right now is perfect for what and who you need to be right now, then your reality opens like a flower and reveals to you the path that will allow you to let go and allow all the things you don't prefer to fall away. But again, the recognition of things that you don't prefer does not mean that you are not on the correct path. The way through is to acknowledge that they're there, appreciate that they're there, allow them to be there, and allow them to show you the information that they have to give you so that you can move forward. For they are not obstacles, they are messengers that bring you more information about you, because you are unknown to yourselves. And it is through acknowledgement and appreciation and allowance that you will know yourself more deeply than you ever have, and know that you are bigger than you ever imagined, right here and right now. That this life is but a fragment of your total being, and yet in and of itself, it is everything. It contains all that is right now in this moment. The totality of creation is in every single moment that you experience. It's just your perspective of it. But everything is here, and everything is now. So be here now, for there is no other place and no other time to be. It's the only place you will ever be. It's the only time you will ever exist in. For there is nothing else. There is nothing outside the now. There is nothing beyond the here. Everywhere you are is always going to be here, and it's always going to be now. So let go of needing to be anywhere else, any when else, because there is no such thing. It's an illusion. The more you are here, the more you allow here to become another version of here. The more you are now, the more you allow now to become another version of now. But it is still here and now. All is contained in this infinite speck of now. All of space, all of time, all that you consider to be your physical reality is here and now, within you, within your consciousness, within your being, within your soul, within your spirit, within your heart, within your mind, within your body, within every cell of your being, within every atom of the cell, within every experience of energy, within every thought, within every moment. It's all here for you, right here and right now. Acknowledge who you are. Appreciate who you are. And allow who you are to be who you are. There is no longer any need to be anything else, and anyone else, and any when else, and anywhere else. Here is your home. Now is your existence. Acknowledge, appreciate, and allow. Take a deep breath in and feel the moment, and let it out. Take a deep breath in and feel the moment, and let it out. Take a deep breath in and hold it, and hold it, and hold it, and blow it out. You are breathing eternity. You are breathing infinity. You are breathing the now. It sustains you. It supports you. It is your life itself. Here and now is where you are. Here and now is where you shall forever be. Here and now. Allow yourselves to continue to breathe and to relax into the certainty of the moment. Allow your music to soften, your lights to dim. And as you drift within this now moment, acknowledge it as you acknowledge your existence. Appreciate it as you appreciate your existence. Allow it to be what it is, as you now are willing to allow yourself to be who and what you truly are. You are made of unconditional love, and that will never change. So fear not, fear not, fear not. But if you do, acknowledge it, appreciate it, and allow it, and learn from it, so that you may move beyond the fear into your truth and into your joy. For all is there to serve you if you would but use it that way. It is all to your benefit. It is always another aspect of here and now. And so are you. Our unconditional love to you all. Our deepest appreciation. We acknowledge you. We appreciate you. We allow you. And we love you. Sweet dreams and welcome home.
All you will ever discover in the deepest, darkest, most fearsome abyss.